Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I had only been away for a week, staying at a cabin miles from civilization, surrounded by endless trees. But as I drove back into town, something felt wrong. A house at the end of my street, a house I knew had never been there before, stood with its windows dark and empty, its porch light flickering like a dying star. The scent of freshly cut wood clung to the air, though the paint was cracked, the shingles already weathered. It looked abandoned, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been waiting for me. The logical part of my brain insisted I must be mistaken. Houses don't appear from nowhere. I pulled into my driveway, determined to ignore the anomaly, but my eyes kept drifting to its weathered facade in my rearview mirror. The porch light continued its irregular rhythm, like a metronome counting beats I couldn't quite follow. That night, I tried to settle back into my routine. Unpacking my bags, sorting through mail, checking messages, normal tasks that should have grounded me in reality. But every window in my house seemed to frame that impossible structure, no matter which room I entered. Even when I wasn't looking directly at it, I could feel its presence, like a weight pressing against the back of my skull. I decided to document everything. My phone became a constant companion as I photographed the house from different angles. Each image showed something slightly different. A curtain that hadn't been there before, a shadow that didn't match the angle of the sun, a door that seemed to change color between shots. When I reviewed the photos later, I noticed something else. The house appeared closer in each successive image, though I hadn't changed my position. The neighbors acted as if the house had always been there. When I casually mentioned it to Mrs. Chen while collecting my mail, she gave me an odd look and reminded me about the property's previous owners, people I'd never heard of, events I knew hadn't happened. Her memories seemed to shift and reform around the house's existence, like water filling a newly dug channel. I started recording the sounds at night. What began as simple documentation became an obsession. The recordings captured things my ears missed, a deep subsonic hum that made my teeth ache when I played it back, and underneath that, something that might have been breathing. Or maybe it was the sound of wood expanding and contracting, but in a rhythm too regular to be natural. The house began appearing in my dreams, not as a nightmare, but as a constant presence, like a shadow that followed me from one dream to the next. In these dreams, I could see lights moving behind the windows, glimpse shapes that suggested furniture and inhabitants. But whenever I tried to focus on these details, they slipped away like smoke. I found myself taking different routes home, driving blocks out of my way to avoid passing it directly. But it didn't matter. Each morning, my first glance out any window would find the house there. And each morning, it seemed just slightly closer than before. The distance between us was shrinking, though I could never catch it moving. One morning, I woke to find small changes in my own house. The walls felt different under my fingers, cooler, with a subtle texture I didn't recognize. The familiar creaks of my floorboards had changed their pitch. In the bathroom mirror, I noticed hairline cracks spreading across my ceiling in patterns that reminded me of the other house's weathered paint. I started examining old photographs of my street, searching for proof of what I knew to be true. In the most recent pictures, the house was there, exactly as it stood now. But as I dug deeper into older photos, I found something worse. The house appeared in these too, but in different locations, different contexts. In a faded photo from my childhood, it stood in the background of a birthday party. In my parents' wedding photo, its distinctive silhouette was barely visible behind the church. The recordings changed too. When I played them back now, I could hear conversations mixed in with the hum, fragments of dialogue that seemed to come from different decades. Children laughing, arguments in languages I didn't understand, music from eras I couldn't quite place. But underlying everything was that steady, wooden heartbeat. My own house began to betray me. Doors that had always swung one way now opened in the opposite direction. Windows showed different views depending on the angle I approached them from. The smell of fresh-cut wood grew stronger, especially at night, when the darkness seemed to pulse with that same irregular rhythm as the porch light. I tried to fight back. I planted stakes in my yard to measure the distance between our properties. Each morning, the measurements were different, though the stakes remained unmoved. I set up cameras to record continuously, but the footage would always corrupt at crucial moments, leaving hours of static and strange geometric patterns that hurt my eyes to look at. The night everything changed, I was reviewing my latest recordings when I noticed something in the background of my own voice, a second voice, speaking in unison with mine, but saying different words. I played it again, louder, straining to understand. The words became clearer with each repetition. The house doesn't follow. The house waits. The house remembers. That's when I felt it. A subtle shift in the air pressure, a change in the quality of silence around me. Looking up from my desk, I saw that the wall facing the other house had developed deep cracks, revealing older wallpaper beneath, patterns I recognized from my dreams. The cracks widened as I watched, and behind them was not plaster or insulation, but darkness and the smell of fresh-cut wood. I ran. Through my front door, down my driveway, into the street. But when I turned to look back, I couldn't tell which house was mine anymore. They had become mirror images of each other, both with flickering porch lights, both with dark windows that reflected nothing. Even now, as I write this from a motel room miles away, I can feel it waiting. My walls here have started to feel different under my fingers, cooler, with a texture I'm beginning to recognize. And last night, I noticed a familiar flicker through my window, like a dying star calling me home. The house that followed me was never following at all. It was leading me somewhere. And I think, perhaps, I've been living in it all along. Story 2. The old manor had stood empty for years, its wooden frame groaning under the weight of neglect. As I wandered through its hollow halls, my flashlight flickering in the dust-heavy air, I stumbled upon a staircase I hadn't noticed before. It spiraled upward, disappearing into darkness. The air around it felt colder, thick with something unseen. The scent of damp wood and faded perfume lingered, and as I placed a hesitant foot on the first step, the distant sound of shuffling echoed from above. My rational mind insisted it was just the settling of ancient wood, yet something about that sound felt deliberate, as if responding to my presence. I had explored abandoned buildings before, documenting their decay for my photography portfolio, but this staircase felt different. Wrong. The beam of my flashlight revealed wallpaper peeling in impossible patterns, forming shapes that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. I took another step and another, drawn upward by an inexplicable compulsion. The wood didn't creak beneath my feet, it whispered. Each step produced a sound like a distant sigh, growing louder as I ascended. My hand brushed against the wall for balance, and I jerked it back instantly. The wallpaper felt warm, almost feverish, pulsing with a gentle rhythm that couldn't possibly exist. Pulling out my phone, I started recording, speaking softly into the device. Unusual thermal anomalies in the wall structure, possible water damage causing temperature variations. But even as I spoke those rational words, I knew I was lying to myself. Water damage didn't create patterns that followed your movement. It didn't produce heat that ebbed and flowed like a heartbeat. The spiral continued upward, defying my sense of space. I had studied the manor's exterior carefully before entering. a habit born from years of urban exploration. The building couldn't possibly be this tall, yet the stairs kept going, each turn revealing another stretch of steps disappearing into shadow. The air grew thicker, heavier, with that strange perfume that reminded me of withered flowers and something else, something metallic and sharp. I switched to my camera, documenting the anomalies. Through the viewfinder, the wallpaper patterns seemed to rearrange themselves, forming faces that disappeared when viewed directly. The photos, when checked, showed only blank walls. Each image was slightly darker than the last, despite no change in my camera settings. A soft sound drifted down from above, the gentle humming of a melody I almost recognized. It triggered memories that couldn't be mine. A grand ballroom, swirling dancers, the taste of wine I'd never drunk. The sound grew clearer with each step, accompanied by the shuffling I'd heard earlier. Now it seemed to match my pace, a perfect mirror of my movements, always maintaining the same distance. My phone's screen flickered, displaying impossible numbers. The video recording showed static-filled frames of rooms I hadn't entered, glimpses of figures that shouldn't exist. I kept climbing, my breath coming in short gasps, though whether from exertion or fear, I couldn't tell. The air felt like syrup in my lungs, sweet with decay. The walls began to change. Under my flashlight beam, the wallpaper rippled like water, revealing layers of previous patterns beneath. Each layer showed a different era, a different story. Elegant Victorian designs giving way to bold Art Deco, then to faded florals, each bleeding into the next. But beneath them all, something darker pulsed, something that looked less like wallpaper and more like skin. I found myself talking to my camera, documenting every detail, though my voice sounded increasingly distant, disconnected. The staircase appears to be creating impossible geometries, spatial distortion evident in the spiral pattern, temperature continuing to rise despite elevation. My scientific observations felt like a shield, a thin barrier between my mind and the impossible things I was witnessing. A window appeared on my left, though I knew it couldn't exist. Through its warped glass, I saw a garden that stretched to the horizon, filled with plants that moved without wind and flowers that glowed with inner light. The view changed each time I glanced away, sometimes showing a desert of black sand, sometimes an ocean of dark mirrors. I forced myself to keep climbing, though my legs burned with exhaustion. The humming grew louder, resolving into words I could almost understand. They spoke of hunger and patience, of waiting years for the right person to climb these steps. My camera battery died suddenly, though I'd charged it fully before entering. My phone followed suit, its screen showing one final image, my own face, aged decades in an instant, eyes filled with the same darkness I'd seen beneath the wallpaper. Still I climbed. The shuffle of footsteps above me had become a symphony of movement, as if dozens of people were dancing just out of sight. The air sparkled with motes of dust that moved in deliberate patterns, spelling out words in languages that hurt to read. My flashlight beam grew weaker, the darkness pressing in from all sides, thick enough to touch. When I reached the final step, I found not a landing but a door. It stood alone in space, its frame decorated with carvings that moved like living things. The wood was warm against my palm, and I could feel vibrations through its surface, the beating of a vast heart, the breathing of something ancient and aware. I knew I should turn back. Every instinct screamed for retreat, but the door had no handle, no knocker, no visible means of opening, just a smooth expanse of wood that felt like flesh beneath my fingers. And as I stood there contemplating my choices, I realized the shuffling sound had stopped. The humming had ceased. The only sound was my own breathing, and perhaps, just perhaps, an answering breath from the other side of the door. My flashlight died, plunging me into total darkness. In that moment of blindness, I felt the door begin to open, though I hadn't touched it. Warm air rushed past me, carrying scents of age and sweetness and copper. and I realized with a clarity that froze my blood that I had never been climbing up. All this time, with every step I'd thought was taking me higher, I had been descending. The spiral hadn't led up into the manor's heights, but down into something else, something that had been waiting, patient and hungry, in the spaces between reality. As the door opened wider, I felt hands, soft, cold, countless, reaching out to welcome me home. I never found my way back to the manor's ground floor. Sometimes I think I'm still on those stairs, climbing or descending, never sure which. The photos and videos I tried to take were lost with my dead devices, but I don't need them. Every detail is burned into my memory, the whispers, the warmth, the waiting darkness. Now I spend my days mapping staircases in other buildings, measuring angles that shouldn't exist, documenting doors that lead nowhere. And sometimes, in the corners of my vision, I see wallpaper beginning to pulse, to ripple, to invite me back. The perfume of dead flowers fills my nostrils, and I hear very faintly the sound of shuffling feet above me, or perhaps below. It's so hard to tell these days which way is up. Story 3. I had never noticed the painting in my hotel room until the second night. It hung above the dresser, its cracked frame surrounding an oil portrait of a faceless figure standing in a field of dead flowers. The first night it had seemed distant, unremarkable. But tonight, something had changed. The figure was closer now, the faint outline of a mouth beginning to form. The air smelled faintly of oil paint and something else, something metallic. At first I tried to dismiss it as fatigue playing tricks on my mind. I unpacked my laptop, arranged my belongings, and settled in for what I hoped would be a productive evening of work. But my attention kept drifting back to the painting. Each time I glanced up, the figure seemed to occupy a slightly different position in the frame, as if shifting its weight from one foot to another while trying to maintain perfect stillness. The smell of oil paint grew stronger, mixing with an undercurrent of decay that reminded me of withered petals crushed between pages. I found myself documenting these changes in the Notes app on my phone, trying to convince myself that if I could quantify the strange occurrences, they would somehow become more manageable, more rational. My phone's camera revealed nothing unusual, just a static image of a poorly maintained painting that should have been replaced years ago. But when I played back the video recordings later, the audio picked up something my ears hadn't noticed. A soft, rhythmic sound, like breathing, but with a wet, gurgling quality that made my skin crawl. I requested a room change that night, citing a musty smell. The front desk clerk gave me a key to a room down the hall, but as I entered the new space, my heart sank. There, above the dresser, hung the same painting. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. But no, there it was, identical down to the cracked frame and dead flowers. Except now the figure had both a mouth and the suggestion of eyes, dark hollows where paint had seemingly worn away to reveal something beneath. I took photos of the painting in both rooms, comparing them side by side on my phone. The images were identical, yet completely different. In the first room's photo, the figure stood among the flowers. In the second, it was clearly walking through them, petals crushed beneath unseen feet. Sleep became impossible. Each time I closed my eyes, the smell of paint and decay intensified. The gurgling breath sound started again, but now it seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. I pressed my palm against the wallpaper, feeling a subtle vibration that matched the rhythm of the sound. My phone filled with notes, recordings, and photos, each documenting another impossible change. The figure's face became more defined with each passing hour. Its eyes were deep wells of darkness that seemed to absorb the room's light. Its mouth stretched wider than any human mouth should, revealing teeth that looked more like thorns. I tried to leave, but the hotel's layout had changed. The corridors stretched longer than physically possible, each turn leading me past identical rooms with identical paintings. In each one, the figure was slightly closer to the frame's edge, its body twisted at angles that defied anatomy. The dead flowers in the painting began to move, their brittle stems swaying in a wind I couldn't feel. The petals crumbled and reformed, spelling out words in a language I almost understood. The figure's breath, because I was certain now that the gurgling sound came from it, grew louder, more insistent. I found myself standing before the painting, my hand raised to touch its surface. The canvas felt warm and yielding beneath my fingers like skin. The oil paint was wet, though it left no residue on my skin. Instead, my fingertips came away stained with something darker, something that smelled of copper and earth. The figure reached back. Its hand emerged from the canvas, gripping my wrist with fingers that felt like dried flower stems, brittle yet impossibly strong. The dead flowers in the painting began to bloom in reverse, their petals unfurling to reveal centers filled with teeth. The figure's face was fully formed now, but it wasn't a face at all. It was a window into something vast and hungry and patient. I pulled away, but the figure's grip only tightened. Where its fingers touched my skin, tiny flowers began to sprout, black blooms with centers that pulsed like hearts. The smell of decay became overwhelming, and I realized it wasn't coming from the painting anymore. It was coming from me. My phone's camera kept recording, capturing the impossible moment when the barrier between painting and reality dissolved completely. The figure stepped fully into the room, bringing with it a garden of dead things that spread across the walls and ceiling. Each flower that bloomed withered instantly, only to bloom again in an endless cycle of growth and decay. I try to warn others now, but the words come out wrong, twisted like the stems of dead flowers. My skin feels like canvas, stretched too tight over a frame I can no longer see. Sometimes I catch glimpses of myself in mirrors and windows, and for a moment, I see a familiar figure standing in a field of withered blooms, reaching out with hands that are not quite hands anymore. The painting still hangs in that hotel room, though the figure in it has changed. Now it shows a person standing among dead flowers, their face turned away, their body caught in the endless moment before movement. Their hand is raised, fingers stretched toward the viewer in either warning or invitation. If you find yourself in a hotel room with a painting that wasn't there before, don't look too closely at the figure's face. Don't breathe in the smell of oil paint and decay. And whatever you do, don't touch the canvas. Because the figure is always closer than it appears, and the flowers are always hungry for something new to help them grow. Story 4. The hiking trail should have looped back by now. My phone had lost service hours ago, and no matter how far I walked, the dense canopy of trees remained unchanged. The air smelled of wet moss and decaying leaves, thick and humid against my skin. I tried retracing my steps, only to find myself back at the same twisted oak with its gnarled roots reaching like fingers from the soil. The wind shifted, carrying the unmistakable sound of footsteps, just behind me. I spun around, heart pounding against my ribs, but found only shadows dancing between the trees. The forest seemed to breathe around me, branches swaying without wind, leaves rustling without cause. I pulled out my phone again, hoping against hope for even a single bar of service. The screen flickered, something it had never done before, and displayed a pattern of pixelated lines that resembled a face looking back at me. My fingers trembled as I pressed the power button, but the face remained, its features slowly shifting into what could have been a smile. I shoved the phone back into my pocket, trying to ignore the warmth radiating from it against my leg. The trail ahead split into two identical paths. Both disappeared into darkness beneath ancient pines, their branches intertwined so tightly they blocked out what little daylight remained. I grabbed my water bottle, needing to think, to plan my next move. The liquid inside had turned an odd shade of amber, though I distinctly remembered filling it with clear water at the trailhead. I unscrewed the cap and a sweet metallic scent wafted up. When I tilted the bottle, the liquid moved wrong, too slowly, like honey, but not quite. It clung to the sides of the bottle in patterns that seemed deliberate, forming shapes that looked almost like letters before dissolving away. A branch snapped nearby. I dropped the bottle, watching in horror as the liquid seeped into the ground. The soil darkened where it touched, and tiny mushrooms began sprouting in its wake, their caps an unnatural shade of blue that seemed to pulse with inner light. I needed to document this. Whatever was happening, I had to maintain some grip on reality. I pulled out my notebook, the same one I'd used to sketch wildlife on previous hikes, and began writing frantically. My handwriting grew increasingly erratic as I described the moving liquid, the flickering phone screen, the endless paths that led nowhere. The words began changing as I wrote them. Letters rearranged themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. Entire sentences shifted meaning between one blink and the next. I flipped back through earlier pages, finding drawings I didn't remember making. Twisted trees with faces in their bark, mushroom circles that spelled out words in languages that couldn't exist, dark shapes lurking between the lines of my nature observations. The forest grew darker, though I couldn't tell if night was actually falling or if the canopy above had somehow grown denser. The trees seemed closer together than before, their bark rippling like muscle beneath skin. I reached out to touch one trunk, pulling back instantly when I felt a steady rhythm beneath my fingers, like a heartbeat, but slower, deeper. My own breathing had grown shallow, matching some other rhythm I couldn't quite identify. The air felt thicker, almost syrupy in my lungs. Each exhale came out visible, despite the humid warmth. The mist of my breath twisted into shapes before dissipating. Birds, snakes, hands reaching. I heard humming, not from any particular direction, but from everywhere at once. It resonated in my chest, in my teeth, in the marrow of my bones. The sound formed words just beneath the threshold of understanding, like a conversation in another room that you can almost, but never quite, make out. The twisted oak appeared again, but different this time. Its roots had pulled further from the ground, creating a space beneath that looked like a doorway. Dark liquid, the same amber color as my water had become, dripped from its leaves, falling in patterns too regular to be natural. My notebook vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out to find new words appearing on the page by themselves, written in my own handwriting, but forming messages I never wrote. The forest has been waiting. The forest has been growing. The forest has been learning. I tried to drop the notebook, but my fingers wouldn't release it. The pages began turning on their own, faster and faster, creating a wind that smelled of old books and fresh ink. Each page showed more drawings, maps that led nowhere, diagrams of impossible geometries, sketches of creatures that couldn't exist outside of dreams. The humming grew louder, resolving into a chorus of whispers. They spoke of ancient things, of paths that wound between worlds, of trees that fed on something other than sunlight. They spoke of travelers who had come before, who had stayed, who had changed. My phone burned against my leg. When I pulled it out, the screen showed my own face looking back at me, but wrong, older, younger, twisted, transformed. Behind my reflection, I could see the forest moving, breathing, reaching. The screen cracked in a pattern like tree branches, but the cracks moved and grew like living things. The twisted oak's roots pulled further apart, revealing stairs that descended into darkness. The amber liquid flowed down them like a stream, catching the last traces of light in ways that made it seem to glow from within. The whispers grew more insistent, more enticing, promising answers to questions I hadn't even thought to ask. I found myself walking toward the opening, my feet moving of their own accord. The notebook in my hand continued to fill with words and images, documenting my approach in real time. The phone screen flickered between my face and others, some human, some decidedly not. The humming had become a song now, beautiful and terrible. It spoke of transformation, of becoming, of joining something vast and ancient and ever-growing. The forest around me pulsed in time with its rhythm, trees swaying like dancers in a wind I couldn't feel. As I descended the first step, the liquid touching my boots began to climb upward, soaking into the fabric. I could feel it reaching for my skin, warm and almost alive. The whispers grew clearer, and I realized I could understand them now. They were telling me stories about the forest that wasn't a forest, about the paths that never truly ended, about the choices that weren't really choices at all. The notebook's pages had filled completely now, but words continued to appear, writing over the old ones, creating palimpsests of impossible depth. I watched as my own story was written and rewritten, each version different but somehow all true. I stand at the threshold now, the forest's heart beating in time with my own. The phone screen shows 1,000 versions of myself, each one transformed in subtle ways, bark-skinned, leaf-haired, root-veined. The whispers have become a symphony, and I recognize my own voice among them. I know I should turn back, should run, should fight against whatever force pulls me forward. But the forest has shown me its truth, has opened my eyes to paths I never knew existed. As I take another step down, I understand that I'm not lost anymore. I'm becoming something else, something more, something that lives in the spaces between trails and trees and thoughts. The last thing I write in my notebook, in handwriting that's no longer entirely my own, is this message, a warning perhaps, or an invitation. The forest doesn't end. It never ended. It never will, and neither will I. My story stops here, but I continue, I change, I grow, and somewhere on a trail that should have looped back by now, another hiker checks their phone and finds no service, while leaves rustle in a wind that isn't wind at all, carrying whispers of what they too might become. Story 5. As a child, I had always been afraid of the closet in my childhood bedroom. Now, years later, returning home to help my parents move, I laughed at my old fears. But as I packed away dusty boxes, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, like the slow inhale and exhale of something just beyond the wooden doors. The scent of mothballs and stale air filled my nose, but beneath it, there was something else. Something warm, something living. I stood frozen, cardboard box half filled in my hands. The sound stopped. My rational mind told me it was just the old house settling, the wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes. But my childhood memories whispered otherwise, reminding me of nights spent staring at those doors, watching the thin gap between them pulse with shadows. Setting down the box, I approached the closet. The brass handle felt unexpectedly warm against my palm, almost feverish. I pulled the door open with deliberate slowness, wincing at the familiar creak of hinges that needed oiling. Inside, winter coats and old dresses hung like dark sentinels, their shapes indistinct in the shadows. The smell hit me stronger now. Musty fabric and cedar, yes, but underneath that familiar scent lurked something organic. Something that reminded me of damp earth after rain, of mushrooms growing in dark places, of things that thrived without light. I reached for the pull chain of the closet light, but it slipped through my fingers, swaying mockingly. The second time I grabbed it, the bulb clicked on, casting yellow light into the cramped space. Everything looked normal, perfectly, suspiciously normal. My old winter coat still hung at the back, its blue fabric faded to gray. Cardboard boxes lined the floor, labeled in my mother's neat handwriting. Winter clothes, photo albums, school papers. But something caught my eye, a dark stain on the back wall, barely visible behind the hanging clothes. I pushed the hangers aside, metal screeching against metal. The stain was roughly circular, about the size of a dinner plate, and seemed to pulse slightly in the dim light. No, that had to be my imagination. Stains don't pulse. I reached out to touch it, then stopped myself. Instead, I pulled out my phone and took a picture. The photo showed nothing but a blank wall. I took another picture. Again, the wall appeared pristine in the image, but right in front of me, the stain continued its subtle movement, like the surface of a pond disturbed by something moving beneath. That's when I noticed the silence. Not just quiet, but a complete absence of sound. No birds outside, no distant traffic, no humming of the house's heating system. Even the sound of my own breathing seemed muffled, as if the air had thickened. I backed away from the closet, but kept my eyes fixed on that stain. As I moved, it seemed to track my movement, like an eye following its prey. The darkness at its center appeared to deepen, to stretch inward, suggesting depth where there should be only flat wall. My back hit the bedroom door frame. The impact sent vibrations through the wood, and in response, something shifted in the closet. The clothes began to sway, though there was no breeze. The stain rippled, and for a moment I swore I saw something press against it from the other side, like a hand against a membrane. I slammed the closet doors shut. The sound echoed through the house with unnatural volume, and in its wake, I heard something respond. A low, resonant tone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My hands shook as I pulled out my notebook and began documenting what I'd seen. I needed proof, needed to convince myself I wasn't losing my grip on reality. The words float across the page. Stain appears to move. Won't show in photos. Temperature around closet notably warmer than rest of room. Smell organic, mushroom-like. Sound, breathing, humming. Need to check wall from other side. I knew the other side of that wall was my parents' bedroom. I walked down the hallway, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the wooden floor. The air grew heavier with each step, and the light filtering through the windows seemed to dim, though the sun still hung high in the sky. My parents' room appeared normal at first glance. Their neatly made bed, the rows of books on the shelves, the old rocking chair in the corner. But as I approached the shared wall, the rocking chair began to move. Just slightly, just enough to suggest someone had recently vacated it. The wall itself looked innocent enough, covered in faded floral wallpaper. I pressed my hand against it, expecting to feel warmth or movement where the stain should be. Instead, I felt an intense cold, so severe it burned. I yanked my hand back, examining my palm. A perfect outline of my handprint remained on the wallpaper, frost crystallizing around its edges. Back in my room, I found the closet doors standing open. I knew I had closed them. The stain had grown, now roughly the size of a car tire, and the center had darkened to an impossible black. The breathing sound had returned, louder now, with a wet undertone that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my notebook again, needing to document this change, but the words I'd written earlier had changed. My neat documentation had been replaced with a single sentence, repeated over and over. "It knows you're watching it, watch you." The words were in my handwriting. I ran downstairs, my heart pounding. The house felt wrong now, the hallway too long, the stairs too steep, the shadows too deep. In the kitchen, I found my phone and called my mother. She answered on the third ring. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The closet in my old room, was there ever anything strange about it? Anything you and Dad noticed?" Her silence lasted a beat too long. "Why do you ask?" "I found something, a stain, but it's more than that. It moves, and there's a sound." "Don't look at it," she interrupted, her voice sharp with fear. "We never looked at it. That was the rule. That's why we put your clothes there, hung them thick on the rack, to cover it, to keep anyone from looking directly at it." "What is it?" "We don't know. It was there when we bought the house. The previous owners left a note. Don't remove the clothes. Don't touch the wall. Don't listen when it speaks." We thought they were crazy. Then we heard it breathing. As if responding to her words, a low hum began emanating from upstairs. It resonated through the floorboards, making the kitchen cabinets vibrate. The lights flickered. "Mom, I took pictures of it. I touched the wall on the other side. I wrote about it." Her sharp intake of breath crackled through the phone. You shouldn't have done that. It doesn't like being acknowledged. It doesn't like being remembered. Why do you think you forgot about it all these years? It made you forget, but now you've reminded it. You've reminded of you. The hum grew louder, resolving into something almost like words. The lights went out. "Get out of the house," my mother said. "Now, we'll call the realtor. Tell them we can't sell. The new owners can't." The phone died. In the sudden silence, I heard something new. The sound of hangers sliding on metal, coming from upstairs. Then footsteps, slow and wet, moving across the ceiling. I ran for the front door. The handle turned easily in my grip, but the door wouldn't open. I pulled harder, then noticed something seeping through the wood, that same dark stain from the closet, spreading like spilled ink. Behind me, the footsteps reached the stairs. They started descending, accompanied by a sound like dripping water. I turned slowly, unwillingly. The stain had followed me. It covered the walls now, pulsing and flowing like a living thing. And in its depths, I saw movement, shapes that suggested faces, hands, bodies, all pressing against some membrane between here and elsewhere, trying to break through. I backed away until I hit the door. The wood felt soft and yielding against my back, like flesh rather than lumber. And I realized, too late, why the house had felt wrong earlier. It wasn't just the closet that was breathing. The entire house had become one vast living thing. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. The darkness stretched out toward me, and in its center, something opened. Not quite an eye, not quite a mouth, but something that could see and speak and hunger. I know now why my childhood fears were justified. I know why we're not supposed to look too closely at the dark places in our homes, at the shadows that move when they should be still, at the sounds that don't quite match their sources. Because once you really look, once you really see, you can never unsee. And what you've seen will never let you go. They're selling the house again. I saw the listing online, new photos, new description, new agent. The price is remarkably low. In one of the photos I can see my old bedroom, the closet doors slightly ajar. The clothes are still hanging there, thick and concealing. But I know what lurks behind them. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear a familiar sound, a soft, rhythmic breathing coming from my own closet. The stain is spreading, you see, following me, growing. And I know with terrible certainty that one day I'll open my closet doors and find not clothes and shoes, but a dark, pulsing tunnel leading back to that first closet, to that thing that now knows my name, my face, my fear. It's only a matter of time before it reaches through and pulls me in. And the worst part of me is curious about what I'll find on the other side. Just remember, if you're ever in a quiet house and you hear something breathing behind a closed door, don't look, don't document, don't remember, because it's already seen you, and now it knows you know it's there. Story 6. It was a simple mistake, dialing the wrong number, expecting a quick apology. But when the line connected, the voice that answered was mine. Not an echo, not a recording. My voice, but distorted, slightly out of sync. The sound crackled through the static, filling the quiet of my apartment. "Don't hang up," it whispered. "You have to listen." The air around me turned cold, my own breath visible in the dim glow of the screen. I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles white against the dark case. The rational part of my mind screamed to end the call, but something deeper, more primal, kept my finger from pressing that red button. My voice, the other voice, continued speaking, each word carrying a weight that seemed to press against my chest. "I've been trying to reach you for so long," it said, the familiar cadence of my own speech patterns making my skin crawl. "The connections are weak, but this one, this moment, it's stable enough. Write this down. You need to document everything." My hand trembled as I reached for the notepad on my desk. The pen felt foreign between my fingers, like it had gained mass. The first mark on the paper bled darker than it should have, the ink spreading in tiny tendrils across the white surface. The changes started small, my voice continued. You've noticed them already, haven't you? The way your coffee tastes metallic in the morning? The shadow that moves the wrong direction when you check the mirror? The humming in the walls that sounds like distant conversation? My breath caught in my throat. I had noticed these things, dismissed them as tricks of an overworked mind, stress manifesting in minor hallucinations. But hearing them listed back to me in my own voice made them real in a way that sent ice through my veins. They're not hallucinations, the voice said, reading my thoughts with uncomfortable accuracy. They're bleed through. Reality is thin here, wearing down like old fabric. I know because I ignored the signs too, back when I was you, or when you were me. The terminology gets confusing when dealing with temporal recursion. I started documenting everything, my handwriting growing increasingly erratic as the voice continued. The ink seemed to shift on the page, letters rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. The walls of my apartment felt closer than they should have been, the corners not quite meeting at right angles anymore. The voice guided me through a series of tests, each one more unsettling than the last. I pressed my hand against the wall, feeling the subtle vibration it had mentioned. The surface was warm, almost feverish, pulsing with a rhythm that reminded me of a heartbeat. When I pulled my hand away, the wallpaper retained a perfect impression of my palm, slowly fading like a memory. My phone's screen started displaying numbers that didn't make sense, strings of digits that seemed to extend beyond the physical boundaries of the display. The voice instructed me to record them, insisting their pattern was crucial. As I wrote, I noticed my shadow stretching in impossible directions, reaching toward corners of the room that should have been impossible to reach from my position. The next phase will be harder, my voice warned. The boundaries between what is and what could be will start to blur. You'll see versions of yourself performing actions you haven't taken yet. Don't interact with them directly. Document their movements. Learn from their mistakes. True to its word, I began catching glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces. Myself walking through rooms I hadn't entered, picking up objects I hadn't touched. These other versions seemed unaware of my presence, going about tasks that made no logical sense. One was meticulously arranging photographs I didn't own, showing places I'd never been. Another was writing in a journal with symbols that hurt my eyes to look at. The voice guided me through weeks of this strange existence. I filled notebook after notebook with observations, theories, and increasingly desperate questions. The ink never seemed to dry completely, remaining slightly tacky to the touch, sometimes smearing into patterns that looked like faces in pain. My apartment became a research center of sorts. I covered the walls with notes, connected events with string, trying to map out the degradation of reality around me. The voice approved of my methodology, but warned me that understanding wasn't the goal. Survival was. The process is accelerating, it told me during one of our increasingly frequent calls. Soon you'll start to experience temporal displacement. Moments will repeat, skip, or play in reverse. Don't fight it. Flow with the current of time. Resistance only makes the tears bigger. I noticed small objects in my apartment changing position when I wasn't looking. My coffee mug would be full, then empty, then full again. The liquid inside shifting temperature with each iteration. The plants on my windowsill cycled through seasons in minutes, blooming and withering in accelerated time. The voice became more urgent, more desperate. They're starting to notice the anomaly, the ones who maintain the walls between realities. They'll try to patch the tear, but their solution is worse than the problem. They don't understand that consciousness can't be cleanly separated once it starts bleeding through. I asked who they were, but my voice only laughed, a hollow, broken sound that made my teeth ache. Names have power here. Naming them might draw their attention. Just know that they think of themselves as maintenance workers, fixing leaks in the universe. But their repairs are crude, destructive. They'll erase everything to maintain their version of order. The air in my apartment grew thicker, harder to breathe. Colors started shifting, bleeding into each other like wet paint. The boundaries between objects became less defined, reality taking on a fluid quality that made my head spin. Through it all, I kept documenting, kept talking to the voice, to myself, trying to understand what was happening. During what would be our final conversation, the voice became crystal clear, all static and distortion gone. "Listen carefully," it said. "What's happening to you happened to me. I tried to warn myself, just as you'll try to warn yourself when the cycle continues. The call you received at the beginning, you'll make that call soon, reaching back through the tear to contact your past self. The cycle perpetuates itself." My hands shook as I wrote these words down. "How do I stop it?" "You don't," the voice replied. "You can't. The cycle is the only thing holding reality together in this space. Breaking it would collapse everything. The best you can do is prepare yourself, document everything, and hope that somewhere, in some iteration, one of us finds a way out." The call ended abruptly, leaving me in silence. But not complete silence. I could hear whispers in the walls, growing louder. My reflection in the computer screen showed me reaching for the phone, dialing a number I somehow knew by heart. As my fingers moved across the keypad, I realized with growing horror that I was about to become the voice on the other end. The phone rang once, twice. When it connected, I heard my own breathing on the line from days or weeks ago. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for what I knew I had to say. "Don't hang up. You have to listen." The notebooks remain on my desk, their pages filled with increasingly desperate observations. The ink still moves when I'm not looking, forming new patterns, new warnings. Sometimes I catch glimpses of other versions of myself writing in them, each of us trapped in our own iteration of the cycle, each hoping to be the one who finally breaks free. But the voice was right about one thing. The boundaries are getting thinner. Reality bends around me like light through water, and I can feel them coming. The maintenance workers of the universe, their presence distorting the air itself. Soon they'll try to fix this tear in reality, not understanding that their solution will only create more tears, more cycles, more versions of me, trying to warn myself across the dimensions of time and space. For now, I keep documenting, keep watching, keep listening. The phone sits on my desk, waiting for the next call in an endless loop of conversations with myself. And somewhere, in another iteration of this reality, another version of me is picking up the phone, hearing their own voice whisper through the static, beginning the cycle anew. The walls pulse with that not quite heartbeat rhythm, and I wonder how many versions of myself are sitting in this same room, writing these same words, hoping that somehow this time something will change. But deep down, I know the truth. The voice on the other end will always be mine, and the cycle will continue unbroken, unending, until reality itself unravels at the seams. Story 7. The bridge had always been there, spanning the narrow river on the outskirts of town. I had crossed it countless times. But tonight, as my tires rolled over the worn asphalt, my headlights illuminated a road that shouldn't exist. Where there should have been familiar streets and neighborhood lights, there was only a winding path stretching into dense fog. The air smelled of rain-soaked stone and something distant, something unfamiliar. I slowed my car, gripping the steering wheel tighter. The familiar sound of tires on asphalt had changed to something hollow, each rotation echoing strangely in the mist. My rational mind insisted I must have taken a wrong turn, but I knew every inch of this route. I had driven it daily since moving to the suburb, always crossing this same unremarkable bridge. The fog pressed against my windshield like a living thing, thick and almost opalescent in my headlights. Through the glass, I could make out shapes that seemed to shift and reform. perhaps trees, perhaps something else entirely. The radio, which had been playing soft jazz, now produced only a low, rhythmic static that pulsed in time with my heartbeat. I considered turning back, but when I checked my rearview mirror, the bridge had vanished into the murk. Only the road ahead remained visible, curving gently to the right. My phone's screen flickered with interference patterns, the map app showing my location as a pulsing blue dot in an empty gray void. As I drove deeper into this impossible place, the air inside my car grew heavy with an electric charge that made the hair on my arms stand up. The leather of my steering wheel felt wrong under my fingers, too soft, almost fluid, as if it might reshape itself at any moment. A faint whine filled the cabin, just at the edge of hearing, making my teeth ache. I began documenting everything on my phone's voice recorder, speaking quietly into the darkness. The temperature keeps dropping. The car's display shows normal readings, but I can see my breath now. There's a smell like copper and ozone, getting stronger. The fog outside seems to be changing color, taking on a subtle purple tinge. My headlights caught something in the distance, a figure standing motionless by the roadside. As I approached, I saw it was a road sign, twisted into an impossible shape that resembled a human silhouette. The metal surface rippled slightly, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, though the air was now frigid. The voice recorder picked up something I hadn't heard in the moment, a whispered voice beneath my own, speaking words in what sounded like reverse speech. When I played it back again, the whispers were gone, replaced by a high-pitched tone that made my vision blur. The road continued to wind through the fog, but now I noticed other signs of wrongness. The asphalt beneath my tires had taken on a subtle pattern, like scales or circuit boards, visible only in my peripheral vision. When I tried to look directly at it, the pattern would shift and vanish, leaving only ordinary road surface. My headlights began to flicker, each flash revealing the landscape in strobing snapshots. In one moment, I saw a dense forest pressing close to the road. In the next, vast empty plains stretched into darkness. The transitions happened faster than I could process, leaving me uncertain which reality was true, or if any of them were. I tried singing to myself, hoping to maintain some grip on normality, but my voice came out distorted, as if passing through water. The sound seemed to attract attention from whatever lurked in the fog. Shapes began moving parallel to my car, keeping pace just beyond the reach of my headlights. They made no sound, but I could feel their presence as a pressure against my ears. The road sign patterns grew more frequent, each one more twisted than the last. They formed a sort of language I could almost read, glyphs that seemed meaningful for split seconds before dissolving into ordinary traffic warnings. I found myself taking photos compulsively, trying to capture the transformations, but each image showed only blank metal posts when I checked them. My car's electronics began behaving erratically. The dashboard displays showed impossible readings, negative speeds, temperatures that fluctuated between absolute zero and solar core heat. The radio cycled through frequencies on its own, catching fragments of broadcasts that couldn't exist. My own voice reading news headlines I'd never seen, conversations I hadn't yet had, songs composed of familiar melodies played in wrong keys. The voice recorder continued running, though the screen had gone black. When I touched it, the glass felt like skin, warm and slightly yielding. I could swear I felt a pulse beneath its surface. The recording itself had become something else. Playing it back produced not sounds but sensations, tastes of metal, phantom scents, memories that weren't mine. I realized I had been driving for what felt like hours, yet hadn't needed to refuel. The gas gauge needle swung wildly between empty and full, sometimes spinning in complete circles. The fog outside had developed texture, patterns that suggested faces or hands pressing against an invisible barrier, trying to reach my car. My phone's camera activated spontaneously, the front-facing lens capturing my reflection. But the face looking back wasn't quite mine anymore. Features shifted subtly when I blinked, as if trying to rearrange themselves into something new. I could feel the changes in my skin, a crawling sensation that started at my temples and worked its way down. The road ahead split suddenly, dividing into identical paths that seemed to lead in impossible directions. One curving upward into the sky, another diving below the Earth's surface, while a third twisted sideways in defiance of gravity. My hands on the wheel moved of their own accord, choosing a direction I hadn't consciously selected. Reality fractured further with each mile. The inside of my car began to expand and contract like a breathing thing. The seats developed textures that changed under my touch. Smooth leather becoming rough bark, becoming something like cooling lava. The windshield showed multiple versions of the road ahead, each one visible through a different layer of glass, each leading to a different destination. I found notes in my own handwriting scattered across the passenger seat, describing events I was experiencing in real time. Some were written in reverse, some in languages I didn't know I could write. They documented variations of this journey, versions where I made different choices, saw different things, became different people. The fog thinned suddenly, revealing what waited ahead. The road terminated at another bridge, identical to the one I'd started from, spanning an infinite gap in reality. Beyond it, I could see my own car approaching from the other direction, driven by another version of myself. We passed at the bridge's center, and in the moment of crossing, I caught my other self's eye. The face I saw was both familiar and horrifyingly wrong, aged by decades yet somehow younger, marked by experiences I couldn't comprehend. I emerged from the fog into familiar streets, the bridge once again behind me, spanning its normal river. Everything looked exactly as it should, but the changes persisted in subtle ways, my reflection never quite matching my movements, the taste of copper lingering in my mouth, the sound of static hiding just behind normal sounds. The voice recorder had one final entry, made in a voice that was almost but not quite my own. I found the way back, but something came with me. It's patient, it's waiting. And sometimes when I cross that bridge again, I see myself still driving through the fog, still searching for a way home that no longer exists. My phone still shows those impossible photos sometimes, but only in mirrors, only when I'm not looking directly at the screen. The bridge stands as it always has, mundane and solid in daylight. But in my rearview mirror, I catch glimpses of that other road, stretching away into possibilities I both dread and long to explore again. At night, I take different routes home now. But I know that somewhere, in some version of reality, I'm still driving through that fog, passing other versions of myself, each of us changed in ways we can't quite understand. And sometimes, when the air grows heavy with the scent of ozone, I wonder if I ever truly made it back at all. Story 8. While cleaning out an old desk I had inherited, I found a bundle of letters, their paper yellowed and edges curled. The handwriting was mine. Every curve, every signature, but I had never written these words. The ink smelled fresh, as if the letters had only just dried, but the dates stamped on the envelopes were decades old. My hands trembled as I unfolded one, and as my eyes scanned the words, I realized each letter described something that hadn't happened yet. The first letter was addressed to someone named Sarah. The name stirred no recognition, yet my penmanship flowed across the page with intimate familiarity. I described meeting her at a coffee shop, the way her green scarf caught my attention, how we talked for hours about old black and white films. The letter ended with a promise to see her again soon. My stomach knotted as I remembered my morning plans. I needed to pick up coffee before work. I had never particularly liked coffee shops, preferring to brew my own at home. But something pulled at me, an inexplicable urge to change my routine. The second letter was longer, written to my brother. Except I was an only child. The words spoke of shared childhood memories that had never happened. Building forts in the woods behind our house, him teaching me to ride a bike, protecting me from neighborhood bullies. The paper felt wrong under my fingers, too smooth for its apparent age, and carried a faint scent of pine needles. I arranged the letters chronologically, studying the progression. Each one revealed future events with increasing specificity. Relationships formed and broken, careers changed, lives altered. My handwriting grew more frantic in later letters, the ink bleeding through the paper as if I had pressed too hard in my urgency to record every detail. One letter caught my attention. It described the desk itself. How I would inherit it, find these letters, and begin to question everything I knew about reality. The mirror in my bedroom showed my reflection holding this very letter, but something was wrong. My movements lagged slightly behind my intentions, like watching a video feed with minor delay. I started carrying the letters with me everywhere. Their weight in my bag became a constant reminder that something fundamental had shifted in my world. People at work noticed changes in my behavior. I caught them whispering when they thought I wasn't looking. Was I becoming paranoid, or were they really watching me more closely? The letters began influencing my decisions. When faced with choices, I found myself consulting them, looking for clues about which path to take. They became both a guide and a burden. Each prediction that came true made it harder to maintain my grip on what was real and what was merely written. Strange things started happening around my apartment. Items moved between rooms when I wasn't looking. The temperature would drop suddenly in specific corners. My phone recorded calls that I had no memory of making, all to numbers that didn't exist when I tried to call them back. I started documenting everything, taking photos, making recordings, writing my own letters. But when I reviewed them later, details would be different. Photos showed furniture arrangements I didn't remember. Recordings captured conversations that couldn't have happened. My new letters described events that contradicted the original ones, creating a paradox of overlapping realities. One night, I woke to find myself sitting at the desk, pen in hand. A letter lay before me, half finished, written in my handwriting. The ink was still wet. I had no memory of writing it. The letter described this exact moment, down to the pattern of shadows cast by moonlight through my window. But as I read further, it described what I would do next, and the thought of those actions filled me with dread. I tried to change the course of events, to defy what the letters predicted. I avoided coffee shops, ignored phone calls from unknown numbers, stayed away from the places mentioned in the letters. But reality seemed to bend around my attempts at deviating, creating new paths that led to the same destinations. The words began to move on the pages, not dramatically, just subtle shifts when viewed from the corner of my eye. Letters rearranged themselves into new messages, warnings perhaps, or threats. I couldn't be sure anymore. The ink would sometimes feel warm to the touch, as if freshly written, even on letters I'd found weeks ago. My dreams became invaded by the act of writing. Night after night, I found myself composing letters to people I'd never met, describing lives I hadn't lived. I would wake with ink stains on my fingers, though I owned no ink pens. The stains formed patterns that looked like words in languages I didn't recognize. The desk drew me back constantly. I spent hours sitting before it, studying its scratched surface, running my fingers along its edges. Inside one drawer, I found a false bottom, but every time I tried to open it, the wood would feel solid again, as if I had imagined the hollow sound, the slight give under pressure. I began seeing reflections of myself writing at the desk, even when I stood across the room. These other versions of me never acknowledged my presence. They wrote frantically, desperately, as if racing against time itself. Sometimes their movements were exact mirrors of my own. Sometimes they wrote things I couldn't see, and sometimes they looked up with expressions I hoped never to find on my own face. The letters predicted more changes. They spoke of a transformation, a gradual dissolution of the boundaries between what I wrote and what was real. Each letter brought the future closer, made it more concrete, more inescapable. I found myself writing responses to letters I hadn't received yet, carrying on conversations across time with people who might never exist. My handwriting started appearing in unexpected places, on foggy mirrors, in the condensation of windows, in the shadows cast by my furniture. The words were always just slightly too far away to read clearly, but I knew they were mine. The letters had escaped their pages and were spreading, reproducing, evolving. The desk's surface changed too. The wood grain shifted like waves when I wasn't looking directly at it. Sometimes I could swear I saw words forming in the patterns, messages trying to emerge from within the material itself. The drawer handles felt warmer than they should, almost alive under my touch. I tried destroying one of the letters. The paper refused to tear. The ink wouldn't wash away, and when I attempted to burn it, the smoke formed words in the air before dissipating. That night, I found the letter back in its envelope, unmarked, but the words inside had changed. Now it described my failed attempts to destroy it, mocking my efforts to escape what was written. The latest letter sits before me now, unfinished. It describes everything that has happened, everything I'm writing at this moment. But it continues beyond the present, into moments I haven't experienced yet. I can feel the pull of those unwritten words, drawing me forward into their reality. My pen hovers over the paper, ink bleeding onto the page without my touching it. Each word I write feels less like my choice and more like transcription of something already decided. The letters are no longer predictions. They're instructions, commands, reshaping reality around their narratives. I've become both author and subject, creator and creation, trapped in a loop of cause and effect where neither has clear precedence. The desk whispers to me now, in my own voice, telling me stories of what's to come. I know I should be frightened, should run from this thing that's happening to me. But instead, I feel an odd sense of completion, as if I'm finally fulfilling a purpose I never knew I had. The letters were never meant to warn me or guide me. They were meant to transform me. My reflection in the window shows me writing, but the movements don't match my own. In the glass, I'm writing different words, telling different stories. Which version is real? Perhaps both are. Perhaps neither. The boundaries between written word and lived experience have become so thin as to be meaningless. These words you're reading now, are they a letter I wrote or a letter I will write? Am I describing what happened or creating what will happen? The ink flows freely, forming words I both choose and discover. Reality bends around each sentence, reshaping itself to match the narrative. The desk holds more letters, I'm certain of it. Hidden compartments within hidden compartments, stories within stories, each one waiting to be found, to be written, to become real. My handwriting covers every surface now, visible or invisible, telling tales that exist in multiple times at once. And somewhere, someone is reading a letter they will one day write, discovering their own handwriting describing this very moment, this very thought. The cycle continues, the stories spread, and reality rewrites itself, one letter at a time. Story 9. I stood at the sink, water running, washing the last of the dishes as the window reflected the dim glow of my kitchen. It was a familiar sight, my own face, my own tired eyes staring back. But as I reached to turn off the faucet, the reflection did not move with me. My breath caught in my throat. The figure in the glass remained still, watching, waiting. The air turned heavy, thick with something unseen. I blinked hard, shaking my head. The reflection blinked too, but a fraction of a second too late, like an echo of movement rather than a mirror. My fingers gripped the edge of the counter, knuckles white with tension. The water continued to run, the sound suddenly too loud in my ears, yet somehow distant, as if heard through layers of cotton. Something was wrong with the glass. Had to be. I leaned closer, studying the surface. The reflection mimicked my movement, but there was a subtle disconnect, like watching a video feed with slight lag. My heart thudded against my ribs as I noticed other small discrepancies. The mole near my left eye, it appeared on the right side of my reflection's face. The small scar on my chin was missing entirely. I reached up to touch my face. The reflection remained perfectly still, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Then, ever so slightly, it smiled. Not my smile. Something else. Something wrong, like muscles moving beneath skin that didn't quite fit right. I jerked back from the window, my elbow knocking against the glass. It toppled, shattering against the floor. In the window, my reflection didn't move. Instead, it tilted its head, studying me with growing curiosity, like a child examining an interesting insect. The sound of breaking glass seemed to linger in the air longer than it should, resonating at a frequency that made my teeth ache. When I looked down at the shards scattered across the floor, each piece reflected a different angle of my face, but none of them matched my current position. Some showed me smiling, others frowning, a kaleidoscope of expressions I wasn't making. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking as I opened the camera. The screen showed only darkness where my face should be, a void in the shape of a person. I dropped the device as if it had burned me. It clattered to the floor, screen cracking in a spider web pattern. From within the cracks, I swore I could hear something like distant laughter. The kitchen felt different now. The familiar space of countless meals and morning coffees had become alien, hostile. The metal of the sink reflected distorted versions of the room. The refrigerator hummed at a pitch that seemed to resonate with my mounting panic, and the shadows in the corners looked too deep, too dense. I started documenting everything in a notebook, my handwriting growing increasingly erratic as the days wore on. The mirror in my bathroom showed me sleeping when I was wide awake. Reflective surfaces caught glimpses of me doing things I had only thought about. The chrome toaster showed me eating when my plate was still full. My reflection had developed a will of its own. Sometimes I'd catch it studying me when I wasn't looking at it, its eyes visible in the dark screen of my turned-off television or the curved surface of a spoon. It moved through reflective surfaces like water, flowing from one to another, always watching, always smiling that wrong smile. I covered every mirror, every window, every shiny surface I could find, but the reflection found ways to peek through. A puddle after rain, the polished button of my coat, the screen of my phone when it went dark. Each time I saw it, it looked more comfortable in my skin, while I felt increasingly like a stranger in my own body. One morning, I found writing on my bathroom mirror, letters drawn in reverse so they appeared correct in the reflection. Let me out. The words weren't written in fog or grime. They seemed carved into the silver backing of the mirror itself, deep grooves that leaked darkness instead of light. I started to notice changes in myself. My handwriting slowly shifted to its mirror image. Food tasted backward, sweet becoming salty, sour turning bitter. When I spoke, my words seemed to reach my ears a moment before I said them, like an audio track slightly out of sync. The worst part was the dreams. In them, I watched myself sleeping from behind the mirror, pressing against the cold glass, trying to break through. I would wake up with my hands pressed flat against the wall, fingers spread wide, as if I'd been trying to push my way out of something. I began to wonder if I was the reflection all along. Perhaps I was the one trapped behind the glass, and the thing on the other side was the real me, trying to reclaim its rightful place. The thought burrowed into my mind like a splinter, festering, impossible to ignore. Then came the night I woke to find my bed empty in the mirror's reflection, though I could feel the weight of my body on the mattress. In the glass, the covers were pulled back, the sheets disturbed as if something had just gotten up. I watched, paralyzed, as invisible footprints appeared in the carpet, coming closer to my side of the mirror. The glass began to ripple like disturbed water. A hand pressed through from the other side, fingers spreading wide against an invisible membrane. The hand was mine, but the movement was not. As it reached toward me, I noticed with growing horror that its movements were perfectly synchronized with my own paralyzed limbs, only in reverse, like a film played backward. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Instead, I heard my voice echoing from within the mirror, calling my name with perfect inflection, perfect tone, but somehow fundamentally wrong, like a word repeated so many times it loses all meaning. Now I sit here, writing this warning. The reflection grows stronger each day, more real, while I feel myself becoming less substantial. My fingers pass through solid objects occasionally, and sometimes I catch glimpses of myself becoming transparent in the few reflective surfaces I haven't destroyed. The thing that wears my face is patient. It doesn't need to break the glass anymore. It just needs to wait until I fade enough for our positions to switch naturally. Already I can feel myself being pulled toward every reflective surface, drawn by an irresistible gravity that grows stronger with each passing moment. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can feel cool glass against my palms, and I wonder if I'm pressing them against the mirror from the wrong side. I wonder if, when I open them again, I'll see myself standing in my room, looking back with that not quite right smile, while I remain trapped in that backward world of silver and shadows, another lost reflection searching for a way out. If you're reading this, be careful of your reflection. Watch it closely. And if you ever notice it move just a fraction of a second too late, or smile just a bit too wide, run. Cover every mirror, every window, every screen, but know that it might already be too late. After all, how can you be sure you're not already on the wrong side of the glass? Story 10. On a strangely cold night, I ventured into an empty train yard at the town's outskirts. Amidst corroded tracks and silent, deteriorating locomotives, a single light flickered sporadically from an ancient signal tower. The tang of metal rust mingled with the musty scent of moist concrete, and that stuttering gleam pulsed like a heartbeat in the darkness, whispering of untold tales from journeys paused long ago. The gravel softly crunched beneath my footsteps as I wandered through the yard, each movement accompanied by the gentle sigh of wind through vacant train cars. The air held a peculiar calmness, the kind that settles in locations abandoned by time. Moths twirled around the few functioning lampposts, their wings casting delicate shadows that danced across aged metal surfaces. I felt drawn to the solitary blinking light in the tower, its rhythm neither steady nor random, but purposeful in some enigmatic way. The pattern evoked a distant familiarity, like an old memory or a half-forgotten dream. Drawing closer, I observed how the tower's surrounding windows remained dark, amplifying the significance of that sole illumination. The door to the tower stood slightly ajar, emitting a low, mournful groan as a gust of wind nudged it. Inside, the air possessed a different weight, dense, charged with an electric anticipation that prickled my skin. The wooden stairs groaned under my weight, releasing a faint scent of aged wood and decades-old dust. Ascending to the top level, I encountered an antiquated control room brimming with outdated equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their brass and copper fittings dulled by years of neglect. Yet what captivated me was the origin of that mysterious light, an ancient signal lamp that should have been powerless, but continued its hypnotic pulse. As I watched, a remarkable realization dawned on me. The light's rhythm began to synchronize with the gentle cadence of my breath, as if acknowledging my presence. The room's ambiance subtly shifted, fostering an inexplicable bond between myself and this forgotten space. The cool breeze carried echoes of long-gone conversations, the ghostly echo of train whistles, and the phantom hustle of travelers who once traversed this yard in bygone eras. Settling into an old operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic blinking seemed to narrate a tale of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the unknown, of connections forged and severed. My fingertips traced the worn edges of the control panel, and I imagined I could sense the lingering warmth of hands that toiled here decades ago. Time slipped away as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulse of light and the nocturnal symphony of sounds. The distant hoot of an owl melded with the wind's whisper through shattered windows, weaving a lullaby of solitude. I discerned a shift in the light's pattern, a newfound complexity akin to a code. At that moment, a realization washed over me, sending a gentle shiver down my spine. I wasn't merely observing the light, it was observing me. Not with menace, but with the patient curiosity of something ancient and aware. The glow of the signal lamp seemed to reach out, casting warm tendrils of light that etched stories on the walls in Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I stumbled upon logbooks filled with faded script, detailing the passage of trains through the yard, each entry more captivating than the last. The last entry, dated decades ago, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a sequence of dots and dashes had been meticulously penned, a message I couldn't decipher, yet comprehended in my heart. When I departed the tower hours later, the light continued its steadfast pulse behind me. I understood I would return, beckoned by the enigma of that singular beacon in the darkness. On tranquil nights, I catch myself aligning my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard it still blinks its age-old message into the night. The tale of the flickering light remains incomplete in my mind, akin to a half-recalled dream. Perhaps that's the way it should be. Some mysteries are meant to be sensed, rather than unraveled, their potency lying not in their resolution, but in the questions they leave lingering in our minds, delicate as moth wings against a window pane. Story 11. In the heart of a mansion forgotten by time, I found myself enveloped in a silence that whispered secrets of yesteryears. The grand foyer, adorned with portraits obscured by dust and drapes worn by age, exhaled the essence of memories long held captive. Each creak of the weathered floorboards, every sigh of the wind through shattered panes, spoke of tales veiled in shadows, beckoning me to listen. The amber light of dusk filtered through worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed upon faded wallpaper. My footsteps, like whispers, reverberated softly as I ventured deeper into the abode, accompanied by the gentle descent of dust particles through the air. The aroma of ancient wood and forsaken recollections filled my lungs with each inhale, while distant echoes of branches caressing the windows orchestrated a subtle melody in the quietude. A majestic staircase, once resplendent but now weathered by time, called to me, its handrail cool to the touch. As I ascended, my fingers trailing along the polished wood, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The dust beneath my touch vanished, revealing pristine sections that gleamed as if freshly tended. The wood radiated warmth despite the chill that lingered within the mansion's walls. The second floor unveiled a corridor flanked by closed doors, each exuding a distinct aura of anticipation, akin to the pause between heartbeats. I observed a subtle shift in temperature as I passed each threshold. Some areas embraced me with a gentle heat, while others cradled pockets of cool air, prompting me to draw my jacket closer. One door stood ajar, offering a glimpse into an old study bathed in the golden hues of twilight. Row upon row of books adorned the walls, their faded spines hinting at the wisdom they held. A sturdy desk occupied the room's center, its surface veiled in a thin layer of dust save for a solitary clear space, a perfect circle, as if an object had been recently moved. With each step towards the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight. The chair, slightly askew, suggested a recent departure, as if someone had just stepped away. Within the dust-free circle on the desk, I discerned a faint impression of words, visible only in the right light. We never truly leave. The sun descended slowly, casting elongated shadows across the study floor. In the deepening twilight, subtle shifts in the room's ambience caught my attention. The air stirred in gentle currents, though no windows remained open. Books rustled softly, as if pages were being turned by unseen hands. Seated in the chair behind the desk, I traced my fingers along the smooth wood, the room now enveloped in a comforting warmth distinct from the mansion's cool dampness. Amidst the ambient sounds, I detected a language woven by creaking wood, distant winds, and subtle movements, just beyond my comprehension. Time ebbed and flowed within those walls, hours or moments passing indistinguishably as I absorbed the room's essence. The encroaching darkness outside felt not ominous but embracing, cocooning the study in an intimate embrace. Dust motes pirouetted in the fading light, forming fleeting patterns that resembled writings or visages, forever shifting beyond focus. As night descended in its entirety, a remarkable sight unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint luminescence, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. Its pulsing glow mimicked a breath, causing the room's temperature to fluctuate subtly with each beat. The words, "We never truly leave," shimmered in the darkness, beckoning. Without hesitation, I extended my hand towards the glowing circle, and a profound tranquility washed over me. The mansion's silence metamorphosed into a melodic symphony of whispers, revealing stories long yearning to be heard by an attentive soul. Each creak and murmur carried significance, weaving narratives of those who had once graced this very sanctum. When I finally rose to depart, I noticed my watch had frozen during my reverie. The darkness of the house now bore a different weight, akin to a presence rather than an absence of light. Journeying back through the hallway and descending the stairs, I realized the mansion's silence had never been void. It had always been brimming with tales, awaiting an eager ear. Often I ponder a return to that mansion, to linger once more in that study as twilight descends. At times, in the hushed embrace of my own abode, I catch echoes of that melodic silence, a gentle reminder that spaces harbor more than memories. They cradle fragments of every soul that has tread within, lingering in the dust and shadows, awaiting acknowledgement of their residual warmth. Story 12. Late one serene night, I ventured into an ancient observatory on the outskirts of town. Amongst silent telescopes and dusty star charts, a peculiar discovery awaited me. A mural of eyes intricately carved into a weathered wall. The vast expanse of the starry sky outside seamlessly blended with the eerie luminescence within, as a gentle breeze carried whispers of ozone and aged parchment, hinting that the very building itself was sentient, guardian of cosmic truths from a forgotten era. Stepping across the threshold, time itself seemed to shift, elongating in a tranquil embrace. My flashlight cast a soft glow, illuminating worn wooden floors that murmured beneath my steps, their ancient patterns resembling frozen rivers under the moon's gentle touch. The air hung heavy with a stillness that spoke of endless nights spent gazing at the celestial wonders above. Delving deeper into the circular chamber, my gaze was drawn to the forsaken instruments. A colossal telescope, its brass aged by years of neglect, stood tall, forever pointing skyward through the domed ceiling. Strewn around its base, weathered papers bore intricate calculations in faded ink, their cryptic symbols dancing like whispers of a forgotten language. The eyes etched into the wall seemed to track my every move, not menacing but rather exuding a sense of serene observation, as if they had witnessed the dance of the cosmos through countless ages. Some eyes were deeply engraved in the stone, while others shimmered faintly, reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome. A gentle draft stirred the dust, creating ethereal spirals that danced in the moon's silver glow. The fragrance of ancient books and metal mingled with something otherworldly, evoking memories of meteor showers and aurora borealis. In a secluded corner, an antique desk beckoned, its surface adorned with star charts from ages long past. Studying the charts closely, a realization dawned upon me. These constellations differed subtly from their modern counterparts. Initially attributing it to the paper's age, a pattern emerged as I compared more charts. The stars seemed to have shifted gradually, not in accordance with astronomical movements, but as if the very sky had rearranged its celestial tapestry over time. The desk drawers yielded with soft sighs, revealing leather-bound journals filled with meticulous observations. The writings spoke of eyes in the void and breathing stellar patterns, their eloquence accompanied by precise calculations that defied mere metaphor. A warmth, both tangible and ethereal, emanated from the walls, resonating with a quiet pulse that seemed to echo a slumbering giant's heartbeat. Tracing my fingertips along the stone surface, I felt a subtle vibration, as if the very building itself hummed with a hidden energy. The eyes in the wall pulsed in harmony, their rhythm mirroring the heartbeat of the cosmos, shrouded in shifting shadows that played tricks on perception. Time flowed differently within those hallowed walls, minutes stretching into eternity as I roamed. Yet when I checked my watch, only fleeting moments had passed. The domed ceiling groaned and shifted, aligning itself with unseen celestial markers without any visible mechanism. In a journal entry from decades past, an astronomer described a celestial anomaly, a phenomenon defying conventional classification. This enigmatic object seemed to observe Earth as keenly as Earth observed it, fostering a sense of mutual recognition that transcended mere observation. As night deepened its embrace, a profound realization dawned upon me. The observatory had not been abandoned, but had evolved into a living entity. The eyes adorning the walls were not mere decoration, but symbols of a metamorphosis, marking the transition from structure to sentient observer. Seating myself at the ancient desk, I watched as stars pirouetted gracefully through the dome's aperture. The carved eyes pulsed with celestial rhythms, and I found myself synchronizing with their timeless vigilance. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, merging into a seamless dance of mutual perception. As dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, I knew it was time to depart, yet I carried with me the profound transformation experienced in the company of the watching eyes. The observatory had imparted its secret. The universe was not indifferent to our gaze. It observed us as we observed it, through eyes both mortal and eternal. Casting a final glance over my shoulder as I left in the dim light of dawn, the observatory stood sentinel against the waning stars, its dome fixed upon an unseen cosmic coordinate. Though I return sporadically, I never linger as I did on that first night. The eyes etched in stone remain, unwavering in their silent vigil, a reminder that in the grand theater of observation, we are both audience and spectacle. The most profound truth gleaned from that enigmatic night was that comprehension transcends words and logic. It resides in the silent spaces between light and shadow, in the gentle thrum of ancient stones, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have beheld the universe since time immemorial. The mystery of the observatory was not a puzzle to be solved, but an experience to be embraced, a living testament to the enigmatic beauty of uncertainty. Story 13. On a sunlit afternoon spent caring for my garden, a loose floorboard in the shed caught my attention. Beneath it awaited a hidden chamber filled with relics and enigmatic trinkets. The air held the rich aroma of damp earth and aged wood, while each artifact whispered tales of a forgotten era, beckoning me to unravel a history long concealed. Soft sunlight streamed through the shed's dusty window, casting gentle shadows over weathered tools and terracotta pots. Amidst organizing my gardening supplies, my foot stumbled upon that peculiar board, producing a hollow sound pregnant with promise. Kneeling to inspect, The weathered wood yielded easily to my touch, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The musty scent intensified as I cautiously descended, my hands skimming the rough stone wall. With each step, the temperature dropped, the soft patter of water droplets echoing faintly in the distance. Illuminated by my flashlight, the shelves lining the walls displayed curious items from various times and places. Delicate porcelain dolls with knowing eyes, their elegant dresses faded to subtle hues, leather-bound journals filled with faded ink scripts narrating fragmented tales from a past century, and brass instruments, their surfaces aged yet seemingly holding forgotten melodies within their curved forms. Most captivating was a unique music box occupying a central shelf, its intricate design resembling a garden mirroring my own. Opening its lid released not music, but a gentle whisper of air carrying the elusive scent of spring flowers, an impossibility for something so ancient, yet undeniably real. Delving deeper, I noticed intricate details challenging my perception of home. The room's dimensions suggested an extension beneath the garden, marked walls resembling star charts with unfamiliar constellations. Time slipped away as I examined each artifact, losing myself in the tranquil exploration of this underground trove. The cool air felt alive, subtle movements dancing around me as if the room itself breathed. Occasionally, in moments of stillness, a distant humming, akin to a lullaby sung from beyond thick walls, reached my ears. In a corner, a collection of aged photographs depicted different people in my garden across eras, each frozen in a moment of revelation. What struck me was their expressions, mirroring my own sense of wonder and peaceful contemplation, as if they too had discovered this sanctuary beneath the soil. The journals raised more questions than answers, featuring drawings of unknown plants resembling those in my garden above. They spoke of natural cycles, patterns transcending ordinary seasons, blooms opening only under specific stars, and seeds sprouting solely under moonlit plantings. As daylight shifted, the room transformed with the sun's rays filtering through hidden crevices, casting ever-changing patterns on the floor akin to sundial shadows. These beams seemed to highlight different objects throughout the day, as if the room curated a dynamic exhibition. Near the back wall, a slender desk with a solitary drawer held a key of intricate design, its vine-like shaft and flower-shaped head puzzlingly unmatched to any lock within. Perhaps its purpose lay not in unlocking, but in reminding that some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved. The most intriguing aspect was how time flowed uniquely in this subterranean space. Emerging, the garden bathed in the same afternoon glow as my entrance, though my watch insisted only minutes had elapsed, contrasting the hours I felt spent exploring. The shed's floorboard resettled with a faint sigh, as if guarding a shared secret. That evening, as I watched the sunset in my garden, contemplation dawned. Flowers seemed to whisper newfound truths, and the evening breeze carried hints of clarity. The hidden chamber had reshaped my perception of space, not with shocking revelations, but through the gentle unfurling of mystery upon mystery. Tending my garden now held a deeper significance. Knowing beneath lay a realm of infinite wonder. Occasionally, catching peculiar reflections from the shed's window, it felt as though the room below communicated through light and shadow. The mysteries intertwined seamlessly with my daily routine, a subtle undercurrent to my days. The room's location remained my private secret, though I pondered if others stumbled upon it through different paths at different times. The garden flourished unusually, occasionally revealing items from below among the blooms, carried up by an unfathomable tide of time and memory. The secret beneath the garden shed remained a peaceful enigma, where time flowed like honey and questions lingered without demanding answers. It served as a reminder of the world's boundless wonders, quietly awaiting discovery beneath the veneer of the ordinary, for those willing to look closer. Story 14. In a forgotten alcove of an abandoned library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with aged, yellowed pages adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each minuscule annotation, scripted in an unfamiliar hand, hinted at a concealed tale lingering beneath the surface. The musty scent of ancient parchment and ink intertwined with an aura of anticipation, compelling me to unravel the veiled lore hidden within the lines. The leather binding whispered softly as I turned each fragile page with care, my fingertips skimming through centuries of accumulated dust. The primary text appeared mundane, a scholarly discourse on medieval legends, yet the footnotes whispered a different narrative. Initially, the annotations seemed routine, comprising standard academic citations and concise explanations. However, as I delved further into the manuscript, the notes underwent a transformation. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink bleeding deeper into the weathered paper. References to obscure texts gave way to personal musings, eventually evolving into what appeared to be diary entries. The anonymous annotator chronicled eerie sounds in deserted corridors, shadows dancing against the light, and whispers resonating in empty spaces. Hours slipped away as I lingered in that secluded nook of the library, encircled by towering shelves that seemed to lean inward, as if eavesdropping on my every breath. The gentle golden glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in warmth, while the gaps between the shelves remained shrouded in shadow. With dusk encroaching, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like a dark, silent tide. One footnote seized my attention, referencing a sequence of numbers resembling dates, yet following no known calendar. Beneath them, in slightly trembling script, were the words, "The patterns reveal themselves only in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments, in the spaces where time folds upon itself." As I pondered these cryptic annotations, peculiar occurrences began to manifest in my own life. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library seemed to rearrange its layout in my absence, and the rustle of turning pages echoed through the air even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more intimate, as if the annotator sensed they were communicating with a future reader, with me. They hinted at a dawning awareness, a gradual realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had evolved into a conduit, bridging not only pages but epochs, perhaps centuries. Time blurred as I immersed myself in the enigmatic marginalia. The soft tick-tock of the library clock appeared to slow, then cease altogether. The quality of light remained constant, unaffected by the hours spent delving into the text, as if the sun had paused in its celestial journey. Enveloped in a serene twilight that never quite surrendered to true darkness, I navigated a labyrinth of references woven together in a complex tapestry of significance. Approaching the final pages, the annotations transitioned from agitation to tranquility, from restlessness to acceptance. The ultimate footnote simply stated, "To comprehend time, one must venture beyond it. You, the reader of these words, you have already embarked on the Odyssey." When I lifted my gaze from the manuscript, a subtle shift in the silence enveloping me was palpable. It deepened, resonated, as though the very atmosphere had thickened with unspoken narratives. The shadows amid the shelves no longer felt vacant, but pulsated with gentle motion, akin to curtains swaying in an imperceptible breeze. Now, I frequent the library daily, though the exact moments of my arrival and departure elude my grasp. The manuscript rests where I first unearthed it, its contents morphing with each perusal. Occasionally, phantom readers flit at the periphery of my vision, scholars from diverse eras, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We share no words, yet their presence lingers like faint echoes in my consciousness. The essence of the manuscript remains elusive, yet I've come to realize that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. In those hushed interludes amidst the shelves, amidst the whispered secrets of ancient pages, I've encountered a distinct form of wisdom, one that dwells in the interstices between what we believe we know and what awaits discovery. I persist in reading, allowing the footnotes to navigate me through their labyrinth of significance. Perhaps you, too, will chance upon this manuscript someday, and when you do, remember that the profoundest mysteries are those that transform us not through revelation, but through the gentle art of pondering. Story 15. As I sifted through a dusty box of abandoned art supplies in a quaint thrift store, my fingers grazed upon a weathered sketchbook tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover, worn and battered, hinted at stories untold, secrets whispered only to those willing to listen. Curiosity tugged at my soul as I opened the pages, revealing intricate blueprints of a structure unknown to my waking mind. The delicate sheets, tinged with age and the faint scent of graphite, unfolded a tale of artistry intertwined with a deeper, enigmatic purpose. Night after night, I found myself drawn into the depths of these mysterious designs, my study bathed in the gentle glow of a solitary lamp. Raindrops danced a soothing melody against the window pane, a lullaby that accompanied my exploration of the intricate lines and hidden meanings within the sketches. Each stroke of the pencil seemed to whisper of a world beyond the tangible, a realm where architecture and imagination converged in harmonious unity. The blueprints, meticulously detailed yet shrouded in mystery, revealed corridors that twisted upon themselves in defiance of logic. Staircases led to rooms that defied the laws of space, and windows captured light from angles unseen in the realm of reason. And yet, amidst this architectural chaos, a sense of order prevailed, each measurement precise, each annotation a dance of elegant script. In the margins, faded ink revealed fragments of the architect's thoughts, whispers of threshold spaces and liminal architecture. These concepts, like ripples on a tranquil pond, stirred my mind into contemplative waters, where reality blurred with dreams and the boundaries of perception grew hazy. With a quiet reverence, I began to sketch my own interpretations of the blueprints, seeking to unravel the hidden truths they held. The scratch of pencil on paper became a form of meditation, a journey into the heart of the unknown where time lost its meaning and the world outside faded into insignificance. In the quiet hours before dawn, a sense of presence enveloped me, as if the original artist guided my hand in a dance of creation. Shadows deepened, corners curved, and the very air whispered secrets of a world unseen by waking eyes. One fateful night, bathed in the silver light of the moon, I uncovered a series of numbers hidden within the intricate borders of the blueprints. Like a cryptic melody, they beckoned me into a realm of mystery, a language of symbols waiting to be deciphered. Weeks turned into months, and the structure of my dreams intertwined with the reality of the blueprints. In the ethereal corridors of my slumber, I wandered through rooms that defied logic, guided by symbols that spoke of cosmic harmonies and unseen dimensions. And as I sit here now, penning down these words by lamplight, the rain's gentle rhythm a backdrop to my thoughts, I realize that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, like shadows dancing in the corners of our perception. The sketchbook, heavy with untold secrets, rests upon my desk, a silent witness to the wonders that lie just beyond our grasp. In the quiet spaces between breaths, between dreams and waking, I find solace in the enigma of the unknown, in the beauty of questions unanswered. And as the night whispers its secrets to me, I embrace the mystery, knowing that some truths are meant to remain hidden, like the half-remembered echoes of a dream that fades with the light of dawn. Story 16. In the hushed stillness of an early morning stroll across a serene meadow, I found myself captivated by the glistening dew adorning the grass. To my amazement, the tiny droplets had coalesced into intricate, minuscule letters, a script crafted by the hand of nature itself. The air was redolent with the fragrance of damp earth and wild blooms, enveloping me in a sense of mystique, as if this fleeting message was tailored solely for my eyes. A delicate mist lingered, casting a soft, silvery veil over everything it touched. As I knelt down, drawn to inspect the dew-kissed grass, my breath stirred the air, causing subtle ripples to dance across the surface. The letters glimmered and wavered, their shapes almost within grasp, but just beyond comprehension. Every stroke and curve exuded a fragility akin to the most exquisite calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. Each dawn thereafter beckoned me back to the meadow, compelled by an inexplicable force. New messages materialized daily, their significance tantalizingly out of reach. With the sun's ascent, the dew script evolved, transitioning from precise, legible forms into abstract designs that melded seamlessly into the verdant carpet below. At times, foreign words emerged, their script both familiar and foreign to my eyes. The gentle rustle of the breeze through the tall grass became my constant companion, harmonizing with the melodic chorus of early birds heralding the daybreak. I meticulously transcribed these enigmatic communiques into a weathered journal, my fingertips tracing the lingering dampness of the pages as I sketched their intricate beauty. The paper bore a faint ripple, a testament to the dew from which these cryptic letters arose. One mist-laden morning, a subtle shift caught my attention. The script spiraled outward from a central point, weaving a labyrinthine mandala of words and symbols. An aura of subdued energy suffused the air, muting the usual sounds of daybreak, as if the meadow itself held its breath. A tingling sensation prickled my skin as I followed the intricate spiral, attempting to decipher its cryptic message. The ethereal messages surfaced in unexpected places. I discovered them etched in the condensation on my window, each droplet meticulously aligned. They materialized in the steam swirling from my morning tea, fleetingly visible before dissipating into the ether. Even the frost patterns on autumnal leaves seemed to harbor fragments of this enigmatic dialogue. In my slumber, the scripts manifested vividly, flowing like liquid silver through realms of shadow and light. They murmured secrets in voices reminiscent of rustling foliage and distant wind chimes. Each dawn brought with it a fading recollection of near comprehension, the essence slipping away like water through cupped hands. My journal burgeoned with these revelations, its pages now a chronicle of this gentle enigma. Hours were spent comparing the patterns, noting their alignment with lunar phases, seasonal shifts, and the subtle nuances of morning light. The more I observed, the more I discerned a profound rhythm, as if the dew script was a fragment of a vast, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky. As winter crept closer, the messages dwindled, gracing only the purest mornings when the air was crisp and motionless. I cherished these moments all the more, aware that each could be the last until the thaw of spring. The frost etched its own rendition of the script, inscribing delicate messages into the frozen grass that gleamed like diamonds in the gentle sunlight. Presently, years on, I still frequent the meadow, though the messages appear less frequently. I ponder if they were intended to lead me to this state of tranquil observation, this serene reverence for the subtle enchantment of dawn. The dew still casts its perfect pearls upon grass and leaf, and though the defined letters may have faded, I now discern a different narrative in their patterns, a reminder that some mysteries need not be deciphered to hold significance. My journal rests upon my desk, its pages brimming with the echoes of those morning revelations. When I peruse its contents, I observe how the sketched patterns seem to shift and transform in varying lights, much like the dew script itself. Perhaps comprehension was never the goal. Perhaps the true gift lay in those quiet instants of awe, in learning to pause and behold the world's minor wonders with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow has evolved into my sanctuary, where the line between the mundane and the extraordinary blurs beneath the first light of day. While the meaning of those crystalline messages may forever elude me, their presence has imprinted upon my soul, imparting the wisdom that life's most profound moments often arise not from grand revelations, but from the gentle unfurling of queries devoid of answers. Story 17. In the dim twilight of a city night, my footsteps meandered through the concrete labyrinth, guided by a mysterious force. Along a weathered brick wall, a peculiar rhyme caught my eye, its verses etched in fading ink, yet pulsing with a haunting melody that whispered secrets of ages past. The cool breeze carried the scent of rain-soaked streets, mingling with the soft rustling of fallen leaves and distant echoes of life, creating an eerie symphony only the city dwellers could perceive. As I traced the words with my fingertips, I felt a strange energy emanating from the wall, as if it held a story waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to listen. Each line of the rhyme bore a unique handwriting, a blend of elegant cursive and precise strokes that danced in unsettling harmony under the flickering street lamps. When I tried to illuminate the text with my phone, the words shifted and rearranged themselves, defying the artificial light and revealing a deeper mystery hidden within their cryptic lines. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that enigmatic wall, where the verses seemed to speak of shadows walking beside us, of memories dwelling in the spaces between moments, and of a melody only the walls could hear. Other wanderers passed by, their fingers tracing the same path along the bricks, their expressions distant as if caught in a trance by the unseen rhythm of the city's secrets. Weeks turned into months, and I discovered similar rhymes adorning walls across the urban landscape, each verse seamlessly connected like chapters in an endless saga. The handwriting styles remained consistent, a collective effort weaving a web of mystery that transcended time and space. As I delved deeper into this enigma, my perception shifted, and the city itself seemed to pulse with an ancient heartbeat, its sounds and rhythms revealing a hidden language I struggled to decipher. On quiet nights, under a canopy of stars, I stood before the original wall where it all began, surrounded by silent strangers who shared my inexplicable connection to the rhyme. Together, we listened to the urban lullaby that resonated from the bricks, a melody composed of forgotten dreams and whispered hopes. With each passing season, the words adapted to their surroundings, shimmering in the summer heat, flowing with autumn rains, and crystallizing in winter frost, a testament to the ever-evolving nature of the city's soul. I continued to visit the wall, witnessing subtle changes and additions to the rhyme, as if the story itself was alive and breathing, growing with each passing day. The impact of the verses varied from reader to reader, leaving some with tranquil smiles, and others with a lingering sense of contemplation that lingered in their eyes for days. Yet the enigmatic allure of the rhyme remained unsolved, a testament to the enduring mysteries that dwell in the hidden corners of our urban world. As night descended and the city hummed its nocturnal symphony, I pondered the unknown authors whose words danced upon the wall, wondering if they too wandered the streets, seeking solace in the echoes of their shared creation. Perhaps we were all connected by invisible threads, part of a larger narrative that continued to unfold in the shadows and whispers of our urban existence, a story waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. Story 18. In the depths of my home, while sifting through forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a drawer concealed within an ancient desk. With a gentle push and a subtle click, the drawer revealed its secrets to me, unveiling a delicate note nestled within. The paper, weathered by time and tinged with a golden hue, bore words penned in elegant script that hinted at long-buried truths of the house's history. A faint aroma of cedar and ink wafted from the note, wrapping me in its embrace and beckoning me to explore its enigmatic message. As I unfolded the fragile parchment with care, the hushed rustle of aged paper filled the room, mingling with the soft glow of evening light filtering through lace curtains, casting ethereal shadows upon the worn surface of the desk. An aura of anticipation hung in the air, yet it carried a tranquil essence, akin to the calm before a gentle rain. The note commenced with a date from a bygone era, its flowing words addressing a mysterious confidant. My dearest friend, I bear a burden upon my heart that yearns for release. Each sentence drew me deeper into a narrative woven with intrigue and wonder. The author recounted peculiar occurrences within the house, phantom footsteps echoing in empty corridors, objects shifting without a hand to guide them, and the unfathomable appearance of fresh blossoms in a vase under the full moon's watchful gaze. Enthralled, I sank into my chair, captivated by the tale unfolding before me. The writer divulged the existence of a hidden chamber veiled within the house's walls, a sanctuary safeguarding not treasures of gold or gems, but a treasury of memories suspended in time. The steady cadence of my grandfather clock's ticking lulled me as I delved further into the account, the pendulum's hypnotic swing guiding me through the author's revelations. Inscribed within the note was the discovery of an ancient journal secreted away within the house's structure, chronicling the lives of its past inhabitants. These were no ordinary chronicles. They spoke of shared dreams transcending generations, of whispered secrets that defied the constraints of time. As twilight descended outside, I kindled a brass lamp, casting a warm radiance upon the pages that unfolded a tale of enigmatic symbols etched discreetly within doorframes throughout the house. According to the writer, these symbols formed a cryptic map leading to the concealed chamber, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Tracing the intricate patterns described in the note, I pondered the writer's struggle to decipher their hidden meanings. Certain symbols waxed in prominence under specific lunar phases, while others waned into obscurity, teasing at a mystery beyond reach. The nocturnal symphony of wind rustling through tree branches provided a gentle backdrop to my exploration, their silhouettes dancing upon the walls like spectral messengers. The writer's conviction resonated through their words, painting the house as a living repository of memories, a benevolent guardian of tales untold. As I approached the note's conclusion, a revelation of extraordinary proportions unfolded. The author divulged visions that blurred the line between dream and memory, recounting encounters with a spectral woman clad in a gown of cerulean silk, her enigmatic smile a silent enigma. She beckoned, her silent gestures hinting at profound truths veiled within the house's embrace. The final passage bore a cryptic prophecy, foretelling a convergence of midnight tolls and moonlit steps that would unveil the chamber's secrets to those who listened, with their hearts attuned to the whispers of time. Breath held in anticipation, I absorbed the weight of these enigmatic words, attuned to the symphony of nocturnal sounds enveloping me, the faint creak of floorboards, the distant susurrus of wind, the subtle passage of time itself. The note concluded abruptly, its author unnamed, leaving me awash in a sea of riddles and revelations. As I gingerly folded the parchment, a faint sketch caught my eye, a geometric pattern etched in a corner of the page, its familiarity a tantalizing enigma. Glancing up, I noticed the room had dimmed, save for the warm glow of the lamp, casting a halo of light upon the mysteries concealed within these walls. The house whispered its secrets in the shifting shadows, each creak and murmur bearing witness to a tapestry of narratives woven into its very essence. Returning the note to its resting place, I left the drawer ajar, sensing that this was but the prologue to a grander saga unfolding, a tale whispered in the quiet hours of the night. As darkness deepened, I pondered the possibility of dreams entwined with the woman in blue, her enigmatic presence a harbinger of revelations yet to come. The grandfather clock's gentle cadence persisted, a metronome to the passage of time, while in the distance a church bell tolled the hour. Counting the chimes absent-mindedly, my thoughts lingered on the mysteries unveiled in the note, the echo of the final toll fading into the night. And in that profound stillness, A rustle, a whisper of silk, a whisper of the woman in blue traversing the silent chambers of memory. Story 19. In the hush of a tranquil afternoon stroll through a forsaken courtyard, I stumbled upon a rich, pungent scent that seemed to defy the setting's decay. This aroma, a captivating fusion of exotic spices and weathered stone, floated on the breeze as if whispering a secret message to me. Step by step, I felt an irresistible pull toward the origin of this mysterious fragrance, an urge to unravel the enigma shrouding it. The courtyard, a secluded haven forgotten by time, was embraced by aged walls cloaked in ancient ivy. Soft autumn zephyrs rustled fallen leaves over weathered flagstones, creating murmured melodies that harmonized with the mystical scent. Dappled light from the late afternoon sun filtered through a labyrinth of branches above, casting intricate shadows that waltzed languidly across the ground. Venturing deeper into the courtyard, I sensed subtle shifts in the atmosphere. The spicy aroma grew more potent near a particular corner where an ancient wooden door stood, adorned with faded, intricate patterns etched by the hand of time. The scent evoked elusive memories, fragments of childhood winters, or dreams slipping away upon waking. A peculiar stone bench beckoned to me, nestled against the wall. Its surface, weathered by years of rain and wind, felt strangely warm and welcoming beneath my fingertips. As I settled onto the bench, the fragrance seemed to pulse gently like a distant heartbeat, an oddly soothing sensation despite its unfamiliarity. From my vantage point, I noticed intricate details that had eluded me before. Carved symbols graced the bases of surrounding columns, their meanings obscured by the passage of time. They appeared to shift subtly when viewed from different angles, a mere trick of the light, perhaps. The ivy cloaking the walls occasionally quivered, even in the absence of a breeze. Time itself seemed to ebb and flow within that hidden space. Shadows stretched at an unfamiliar pace, and minutes blurred into hours, or was it the other way around? The spicy fragrance would ebb and flow, leading me in an unseen dance, each wave revealing new undertones, whispers of cinnamon, hints of cardamom, echoes of something ancient and profound. One twilight, an elderly gardener materialized as I sat there, tending to foliage in a distant corner. When I inquired about the scent, she offered only a knowing smile and cryptically remarked, "Some places hold memories we've forgotten." Before I could press for more information, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to question her very existence. The mystery deepened as I discovered curious objects appearing on the bench during subsequent visits. A tarnished brass key with no matching lock, a withered flower of unknown origin, a scrap of paper inscribed in a script foreign to me. Each item vanished before my next return, replaced by something equally perplexing. Weeks turned into months, and I found myself drawn back to the courtyard day after day. The fragrance became a constant companion, evolving subtly with each encounter while retaining its core essence. Shadows of movement flickered at the edge of my vision, fleeting and insubstantial. On a particularly tranquil evening, as the dying light bathed the walls in amber hues, I noticed a wisp of fragrant smoke curling up from between two flagstones near the bench. The smoke twisted into intricate patterns, almost resembling letters, before dissipating into the encroaching darkness. The scent, now more potent and immediate, enveloped me in its spicy embrace. I reached out to touch the smoke, expecting it to vanish at my touch. Instead, a tingling warmth spread through my fingers, briefly connecting me to something ancient and vast. A tapestry of images flashed through my mind. A lineage of others who had sat in this very spot, each entwined in their own enigmatic journey. Their stories intertwined with mine, weaving a shared narrative that transcended time. As winter approached, the fragrance shifted once more, growing elusive and ethereal. The courtyard donned a new guise in the chill of the season, yet the sense of mystery endured. The scent now manifested only at specific moments, dawn, dusk, and those peculiar instances when time itself seemed to pause. To this day, I return to the courtyard, the spicy fragrance a constant companion whose origins remain shrouded in enigma. Just when I think I am on the cusp of unraveling its secrets, it morphs, revealing new facets that deepen the mystery instead of solving it. And perhaps that is the essence of it all. Some mysteries are meant to be experienced, embraced, and carried like precious secrets. The words of the elderly gardener linger in my mind. Some places hold memories we've forgotten. In the quiet interludes spent on that ancient bench, inhaling the enigmatic aroma, I ponder whether the place is the one remembering, or if it is the memories themselves seeking someone to share their untold stories. Story 20. On a misty evening, I came upon an abandoned playground where rusted swings swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a soft creaking sound. In the cool air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter lingered, a remnant of the joyful voices that once echoed through the space. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal created an eerie ambiance, evoking a sense that the playground retained memories of happiness now lost to time. I felt drawn to a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden surface smoothed by the hands of countless parents who had watched their children at play. In the dim light, the metal structure of the playground cast elongated shadows that seemed to dance and shift when glanced at peripherally. A gentle breeze whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves. Initially, I convinced myself that I was merely exploring a different path home, seeking solace after a taxing day. Yet, something about the tranquil isolation of the playground beckoned to me, prompting me to return night after night. Each visit unveiled new layers to its enigmatic atmosphere, transforming the playground into my personal sanctuary where time appeared to flow uniquely. One quiet evening, while seated on my usual bench, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon concerning the carousel. The metal horse figures, untouched by human hands, appeared to radiate an unusual warmth, as though recently caressed by small, eager fingers. A mysterious static energy enveloped the air around them, reminiscent of the lingering essence of children's laughter suspended in the gaps between sounds. As weeks passed, subtle alterations in the playground became evident. Swings would sway gently without a breeze, and faint footprints would materialize in the morning dew, only to vanish with the rising sun. The metal slide, typically cold and damp with mist, would occasionally exude warmth, as if recently traversed by a playful soul. I began documenting these anomalies in a notebook, observing patterns that emerged with each passing day. The ethereal laughter, initially a mere whisper on the edge of perception, seemed to adhere to a schedule, becoming more distinct during specific evening hours, especially under the full moon and the encroaching mist from the nearby woods. While other park visitors, mainly dog walkers and joggers, remained oblivious to the playground's mysteries, I discerned a hidden world within its confines. I realized that this place harbored something extraordinary, unveiled solely to those willing to listen and observe attentively. One evening, a small red ball sat motionless atop the carousel platform, then rolled slightly as if nudged by an unseen force. A sense of anticipation thickened the air, accompanied by a faint hum of children's songs just beyond audible range. The ball traced a perfect circle around the carousel's center pole, captivating me with its mysterious movement. That night, I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended above the trees. The playground equipment cast shifting shadows, while the swings synchronized in a hypnotic rhythm that mirrored the pulsing of my heart. The elusive laughter, though still indiscernible in volume, enveloped me like a warm embrace, growing more palpable in its presence. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. The playground was not haunted in the conventional sense, but preserved in a state of pure joy. The silent laughter resonated with the happiness of every child who had frolicked there, imprinting their joy upon the space like a photograph developed in light. The enigmatic occurrences were not intended to frighten, but to serve as reminders of the enchantment inherent in spaces where innocence and imagination once reigned supreme. Months later, I continued my nightly excursions to the special playground, attuned to the subtle cues that heralded the peak of the inaudible laughter, a particular quality to the mist, a specific hue of twilight, a breathless anticipation in the air. At times, I brought a book and read aloud softly to the vacant playground, and on such occasions, the swings swayed with purpose. The carousel horses stood with pride, and the laughter, though silent, felt closer than ever before. I kept this tale to myself, not only due to its incredulous nature, but because I cherished the clandestine bond forged with a place existing between memory and magic. The playground imparted a profound lesson, that certain mysteries were not meant to be unraveled but to be embraced and revered. Thus I continued my twilight visits, content to be the lone spectator to a spectacle unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that transcended human perception. Story 21. On a misty evening, I found myself wandering along a creaking pier that extended into a bay veiled in fog. The atmosphere was serene, with the soothing sounds of waves lapping against the shore and the distant calls of seabirds echoing in the air. Yet amidst this tranquility, a mysterious melody wove its way through the mist, a harmonious union of wind and water, playing a hidden symphony for those who cared to listen. The tang of the sea and the earthy aroma of aged wood intertwined, creating a sensory experience that transformed the pier into a stage for nature's enigmatic concert. Each step I took echoed softly on the weathered planks, adding its own rhythm to the ethereal music that enveloped me. The fog enveloped me like a gentle embrace, obscuring my surroundings in a soft gray haze. The lanterns that lined the pier cast warm pools of light, their flickering glow dancing with the evening breeze. As I continued my journey, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The railings seemed to vibrate ever so slightly, resonating with the enchanting music that filled the air. When I reached out to touch the salt-weathered wood, a faint tremor greeted my fingertips, as if the pier itself was alive with a melody of its own. In this mystical realm, time seemed to lose its grip, and the outside world faded into the background, muffled by the embracing fog. The symphony that surrounded me evolved, growing more intricate with each passing moment. What had begun as a simple melody now unfolded into a multi-layered composition, with the wind's whispers, the water's percussive beats, and ethereal voices blending in perfect harmony. At the end of the pier stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling mist. As I approached, the music swelled to a gentle crescendo, and I realized that the gazebo itself was a part of the symphony. The ornate railings acted as pipes of an organ, each contributing its unique note to the otherworldly performance. Inside the gazebo, intricate patterns adorned the wooden ceiling, shifting and dancing in the lantern light. A weathered plaque caught my eye, its faded inscription hinting at a forgotten history, in memory of the symphony. I settled onto a weathered bench, allowing the music and mist to envelop me in a dreamlike trance. As night descended, an unusual warmth lingered in the air, cradling me in a gentle embrace. The lanterns pulsed in time with the melody, illuminating the carvings above in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. It became clear that the pier itself was a grand instrument, meticulously crafted by nature to create this enchanting symphony. Leaving the gazebo, the melody followed me like a whisper, guiding me back to the shore through the parting fog. Even as I stepped onto solid ground, the rhythm of the music lingered within me, a ghostly echo of a half-remembered dream. Sometimes on misty evenings, I return to that pier, drawn by the promise of the ever-changing symphony that plays there. The music remains a mystery, its origins shrouded in the secrets of wind and water. Is it just an acoustic marvel, A product of natural forces interacting with man-made structures? Or could it be something more profound, a testament to a past long forgotten, preserved in the timeless notes of an endless sea symphony? In the end, I've come to accept the mystery, the enigmatic beauty of an experience that defies explanation. The pier stands as a tribute to the unseen, a reminder that some of life's most exquisite moments are those that elude our understanding. And so the symphony plays on, a whispered promise of magic and wonder that lingers in the soul long after the music fades into the night. Story 22. Driving down a rugged coastline, my eyes were drawn to an abandoned lighthouse standing tall against the crashing waves. Its once vibrant red paint now faded, and its stones, weathered by time, emanated a somber aura, as if mourning the tales of lost sailors and forgotten dreams. Amidst the relentless howling of the wind and the briny scent of the sea, a soft, mournful whisper seemed to drift from the lighthouse, a melancholic melody carried by the night's embrace. I felt compelled to pull over, the headlights of my car casting elongated shadows over the weathered path leading to the lighthouse. The gravel underfoot whispered softly as I approached, each step deliberate and measured. The evening air hung heavy with a peculiar weight, laden with moisture and memories. As twilight descended, delicate tendrils of mist coiled around the base of the tower, resembling ghostly fingers reaching skyward. To my surprise, the door yielded easily, opening with a gentle groan that harmonized with the melancholic whisper lingering in the air. Inside, the scent of aged wood and sea salt intertwined with a sweeter fragrance, perhaps a lingering hint of lamp oil from days long past. Climbing the spiral staircase, my hand trailing along the cool metal railing, each footfall reverberated with a hollow echo. The worn wooden steps, bearing the imprints of countless footsteps before mine, creaked softly in acknowledgement of my presence. Through salt-streaked windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep purples and blues, pulsating with an ethereal energy. The keeper's quarters, just below the lantern room, seemed frozen in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature constellations. An old logbook lay open on a weathered desk, its pages yellowed with age, the final entry decades old. Yet, it was the gentle rocking of a chair by the window, moving ever so slightly in the still air, that drew my gaze. The walls were adorned with dozens of photographs, all depicting the lighthouse at various times, each capturing the same figure on the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her hair caught in a perpetual breeze. In every frame, she appeared to be waiting, watching, yearning. Ascending to the lantern room, the whisper intensified, a faint echo of a voice resonating with longing and patience. The grand Fresnel lens dominated the circular chamber, its prisms capturing the fading twilight and casting rainbow fragments across the room. I marveled at how immaculate it remained despite years of abandonment. As I stood entranced by the rhythmic sweep of distant waves, a haunting melody began to unfurl. Clear and crystalline, it rose from the very heart of the lighthouse, evoking both beauty and sorrow that stirred my soul. It narrated tales of endless nights of waiting, of ships lost to the abyss, of a love that endured beyond death. The air chilled abruptly, and a presence, unseen but palpable, brushed against me. Lavender and salt mingled in the air, and in the lens's reflection, I glimpsed a woman in a pale gown, her gaze fixed upon the horizon. Yet when I turned, she was gone, leaving only the lingering strains of her ethereal song. Respecting the profound melancholy of the place, I descended slowly, each step a solemn reverie. The photographs now held a different allure, the woman's visage clearer, her expression a blend of hope and resignation. It dawned on me then that she wasn't a captive of this place. Rather, she had chosen to remain, keeping her eternal watch. Seated in my car, I lingered as the first stars pierced the night sky above the lighthouse. The whisper, now a companion, no longer felt eerie or unsettling. It was a gentle reminder that some bonds transcend time, some duties endure even in death. On quiet nights, when the wind carries a certain tune, I still hear her melody. It evokes her presence in the lantern room, a guardian of lost souls, a beacon in the darkness. Haunted not by fear but by love, I've learned that some places exist not to terrify but to enlighten. They remind us that love, duty, and memory are eternal forces, whispering through time with the tender grace of a lullaby. Story 23. On a misty night by the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that reached out into the dark, churning waters. Etched into a weathered beam were intricate symbols that softly glowed under the moon's pale gaze. The briny breeze carried a hint of enigma, and as I ran my fingers over the markings, it felt as though I held a key to a long-forgotten secret hidden beneath the waves. The rhythmic lapping of waves against worn pillars cast a spell, drawing me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I sensed the wood beneath me murmuring with each step, echoing the countless footfalls of years gone by. The air was heavy with the tang of salt and damp timber, mingled with something ancient, evoking memories of dusty tomes and forsaken chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, compelled by an unknown force. Each visit unveiled new intricacies in the mysterious symbols, curves that seemed to sway in the moon's glow, lines that morphed into different forms with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creaking of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure that dared to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited me. The air surrounding the marked beam exuded a warmth distinct from the cool maritime chill, and when I pressed my palm against it, the wood pulsed with a gentle heat that synchronized with my heartbeat. The sensation, subtle yet undeniable, was akin to cradling a cup of tea that never cooled. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, enfolding me like a soft shroud. Within its embrace, sounds dulled and distant, weaving an intimate space where time flowed in a different cadence. At times I fancied I heard a faint hum rising from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's rhythm. One hushed night, as I sat beside the marked beam, I observed the water below, unusually serene. Its surface mirrored the moon with flawless clarity, yet beneath that polished veneer, shadows danced with graceful intent. They moved too fluidly for fish, too large for typical marine life, yet too indistinct for clear identification. The symbols began to seep into my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or pulsing beneath my touch like living script. I commenced keeping a journal, sketching the symbols as they manifested each night, noting their subtle shifts in accordance with the lunar phases. With time, I discerned that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes slid past the beam as if it were mere weathered wood. Even when I attempted to point them out, people merely nodded and redirected the conversation, their attention sliding away like water off glass. The turning point arrived during the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a faint phosphorescence, casting a gentle blue-green glow that undulated like underwater currents. The pulsing warmth within the wood intensified, and the hum beneath the pier grew clearer, carrying melodic notes akin to ancient whispers. Curious objects began appearing near the marked beam, smooth stones etched with spirals, iridescent shell fragments glowing from within, strands of silvery seaweed drying into intricate patterns. Each item felt like a message, though its meaning remained elusive. As I pen these words, I recognize that I've become entwined with the enigma that resides here. The symbols have started appearing elsewhere, in the mist on my bathroom mirror, in the rain patterns on my windows, in the cream swirls of my morning coffee. They no longer appear as mere codes to decipher, but rather as a dialogue I am slowly learning to decipher. The pier has transcended being a mere structure reaching into the sea. It now represents a threshold, a boundary between the familiar and the unknown. the quiet mystery of the symbols continues to unfurl, never fully revealing itself, but offering just enough to entice me back, night after night, to that place where the ordinary world intersects with something deeper, older, and far more patient than human comprehension. I've come to understand that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than solved. The symbols on the pier have taught me to find solace in uncertainty, to welcome the gentle allure of the unknown. As I sit here now, observing the fog enveloping me and feeling the familiar pulse beneath my fingertips, I comprehend that my role is not to decipher this mystery, but to become a part of its ongoing narrative, adding my own chapter to whatever ancient tale unfolds in this liminal realm between land and sea. Story 24. Amid a sudden deluge on an otherwise unremarkable night, I sought refuge beneath an awning to evade the rain's assault. The droplets drummed a steady beat on the pavement, but amidst the downpour, a faint, urgent whisper reached my ears, carried by the storm's fierce gusts. The air, cool and damp, carried the scent of newly fallen rain and distant thunder, while the whispered message hinted at enigmatic truths the storm was eager to unveil. I stood transfixed, captivated by the rhythmic symphony of raindrops dancing on the canvas above me. Once more the whisper brushed against my senses, clearer this time, akin to a voice murmuring just behind my shoulder. I turned, only to find emptiness and the encroaching darkness of twilight. Streetlights flickered to life, casting gentle halos in the misty air, beckoning me forward into a narrow alley wedged between weathered brick structures. Ordinarily, I would have dismissed such a peculiar urge, but this night was different. The whisper bore no malice, only a gentle insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's soothing bedtime tales. With cautious steps, I ventured deeper into the alley, the rain easing into a gentle mist. The brick walls exuded warmth, as if they harbored the sun's embrace over centuries, now releasing it back into the world. My footsteps echoed softly in the shallow puddles, casting mesmerizing patterns of light from above. The alley widened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from the outside world by looming edifices. At its heart stood an ancient fountain, its stone weathered by time and elements. Water cascaded from its spout, blending with the rain in a harmonious melody. The whispers seemed to emanate from the fountain itself, growing in intensity as I drew near. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the fountain's base, their petals radiating an ethereal light pulsing in time with the falling water. These blossoms, ancient yet freshly bloomed, defied conventional time, existing in multiple epochs simultaneously. Kneeling beside the fountain, a sense of familiarity washed over me inexplicably. Faint markings adorned the stone, resembling inscriptions of an unknown language. Under my touch, the symbols shifted and morphed, akin to words written in water. The whisper coalesced into comprehensible words, recounting tales of memories, promises, and cyclical time, akin to the fountain's spiraling waters. It spoke of past visitors drawn to this sanctuary across centuries, lured by the same gentle call on rainy nights. Within the fountain's pool, I glimpsed reflections defying reality, echoes of bygone eras, alternate lives, fleeting moments of shared presence. Each reflection ebbed and faded like dreams upon waking, leaving ephemeral imprints on my consciousness. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulsing, casting dancing shadows on the courtyard walls. Time here flowed languidly, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. No urgency to depart gripped me, no fear of encroaching darkness. The whispers embraced me like a childhood lullaby, half remembered in dreams. Seated by the fountain, rain continued its serene descent, veiling this hidden enclave from the mundane world beyond. Secrets were shared, destined to linger in my subconscious, elusive yet engraved in my soul. Upon rising, I noticed a blue flower had detached, floating into my palm. Its glow dimmed to match the natural world, yet retained its ethereal beauty. The whispers waned as I retraced my steps through the alley, though their warmth lingered like a tender embrace. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, though the air remained laden with moisture. Streetlights bathed the wet pavement in their familiar glow, life resuming its customary cadence. Yet within me, I bore the mark of that hidden courtyard's gentle enigma. On rainy evenings since, faint echoes of whispers ride the wind. The blue flower rests on my windowsill, outwardly ordinary to all but me. In the dead of night, when the world hushes, it pulses softly with a light, a reminder of vows exchanged in the rain, of enigmas veiled just beyond perception, patiently awaiting discovery by those attuned to the whispers of the storm. Story 25. In the quiet embrace of night, a peculiar longing tugged at my soul, coaxing me into the embrace of an aging theater nestled on the fringes of town. Once a grand bastion of artistry, now draped in the shroud of neglect, its ornate balconies and plush seats whispered tales of yesteryears filled with applause and poignant drama. As my footsteps reverberated through the time-worn stage, a faint, haunting voice caressed the air, weaving lines saturated with sorrow and yearning. The echoes lingered, intertwining with the musty perfume of forgotten dreams, casting doubt upon the emptiness that surrounded me. A gentle breeze, carrying the whispers of unseen whispers, orchestrated a delicate symphony of rustling papers and ethereal murmurs. Each step I took upon the creaking boards of the stage released a soft sigh, as if the very wood exhaled memories of performances long past. The air itself seemed laden with the weight of time, each breath a journey through layers of bygone moments suspended in the theater's embrace. Above, the grand chandelier hung in silent vigil, its crystals dust-kissed, yet still capturing stray rays of light that filtered through the high windows, painting ethereal patterns upon the walls. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to the wing of the stage, where draped props slumbered beneath sheets that undulated like gentle waves in the dimness. The elusive voice, now but a whisper, beckoned from this direction. Amongst the forgotten relics, my gaze fell upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface veiled with the patina of time, yet shimmering with an unearthly glow. Approaching it, a chill enveloped me, not unwelcome but undeniably present. The mirror pulsed with a mysterious energy, reflecting movements that mirrored my own, yet belonged to shadows of performers long gone, honing their craft in spectral silence. The voice, now clearer, resonated with a melodic quality, weaving a tale of tragic romance that tugged at the heartstrings, both soothing and laden with melancholy. Time itself seemed to ebb and flow within the theater's confines, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper into its forgotten recesses. Crumbling playbills and faint traces of perfume clung to aging costume pieces, whispering of performances past. Guided by the voice, a spectral narrator of tales untold, I ventured into the forgotten sanctuaries of the theater. In the orchestra pit, aged sheet music lay scattered across time-worn stands, their notes faded, yet still yearning for the touch of musicians to breathe life into them once more. As evening descended, the shifting light through the windows cast elongated shadows that danced purposefully across the seats, imbuing the space with a sense of animated stillness. The voice, now a gentle murmur, led me to a well-preserved velvet chair, where I sat entranced by the dance of dust motes in the waning sunlight. The theater itself seemed to draw breath, expanding and contracting with the weight of myriad stories woven into its very walls. In the tranquility of the moment, I realized that the voice was not directed at me, but to the theater itself, a vessel of memories seeking acknowledgement. Each word painted fragments of bygone performances, of ovations and farewells, of beginnings and endings. With the onset of night, the voice took on a new dimension, resonating from every corner, yet nowhere in particular, infusing the air with a warm vibrancy that resonated deep within. Though the words grew clearer, their essence remained elusive, like grasping at the tendrils of a fading dream. Above, the chandelier captured the moonlight, casting iridescent refractions that danced across the ceiling in a mesmerizing display. In the liminal space between waking and slumber, I glimpsed the phantom audience, their forms sketched in moonlight and shadow, a silent congregation enraptured by the voice that wove tales of old. As night deepened, a profound serenity settled over the theater, and the voice began to recede, a gentle tide withdrawing from the shore. In its wake, a sense of gratitude lingered, as if my presence had validated the stories held within those hallowed walls. The theater itself seemed to sigh, content in its slumber, as I rose to depart, the voice now but a memory, a faint echo in the recesses of my mind. Yet, the space felt transformed, vibrant with a newfound vitality despite its abandonment. In the quiet interludes between dusk and dawn, I am drawn back to that theater, a sanctuary where the past and present converge in a dance of memories. The voice, a constant companion, sometimes a mere whisper, a reminder that within every crevice and beneath every layer of dust lies a story waiting to be heard by those who listen. The theater remains a bastion of nostalgia, where time blurs and memories shimmer like dust motes in the moonlight, preserved in the gentle echoes of a mysterious voice that lulls me into the realm of dreams. Story 26. Late one night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned movie theater, its marquee barely visible in the dim glow of the streetlights. The sign, weathered and worn, hinted at a glamorous past now faded into obscurity. Stepping inside, the air was thick with the lingering aroma of popcorn and neglect, a blend of comfort and melancholy that hung in the stillness. In the darkness of the auditorium, a solitary projector creaked to life, casting flickering shadows on the cracked screen. The images danced before me like phantoms from another time, their silent whispers weaving a tale of forgotten dreams and lost love. Intrigued, I took a seat in the back row, the worn velvet cushioning me as I settled in, ready to witness the secrets this forgotten palace held. The gentle whir of the projector became a soothing melody, a rhythmic hum that seemed to echo through the empty space. Dust motes floated in the beam of light, swirling in intricate patterns that hinted at stories untold. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision, shadows that ebbed and flowed like memories drifting in and out of focus. On the flickering screen, scenes unfolded from a bygone era, captured in black and white. A mysterious woman, her features always just out of reach, traversed different landscapes with a sense of purpose that eluded me. There was a sense of yearning in her movements, a quest for something elusive, her elegance tinged with desperation. A soft whisper brushed against my ear, carrying fragments of words that tugged at my subconscious. The temperature in the room shifted, creating pockets of warmth and coolness that enveloped me in a gentle embrace. The leather armrests bore the lingering warmth of a presence now vanished, a phantom touch that sent shivers down my spine. As the film played on, I noticed subtle anomalies. A change in the color of the woman's dress, a loop in the scenes with subtle variations each time. The soundtrack crackled to life, the sound of breathing filling the air, punctuated by soft sighs that seemed to echo my own. Mesmerized, I realized the woman on screen mirrored my own movements, a surreal dance of shadows and light. Her elusive gaze never met mine, yet her presence felt almost palpable, a ghostly reflection of my own inner turmoil. The scent of jasmine permeated the air, intertwining with the musty scent of the theater in a bittersweet embrace. Each breath carried a sense of longing, a melancholy that seeped into my bones and stirred forgotten emotions within me. Suddenly the film shifted, revealing the theater itself in its former glory. The audience was a sea of faces, the woman scattered among them, her enigmatic presence a thread connecting past and present. I reached into the seat cushions and found a weathered diary, its pages filled with entries detailing visits to this very theater, each one ending with the same haunting phrase, still searching for the perfect ending. The handwriting evolved with each entry, a testament to the passage of time and the unending quest for closure. The final page, dated just before my arrival, trailed off mid-sentence, leaving me with a sense of unfinished business, a story left untold. As the film reached its conclusion, the woman turned toward the camera, her face obscured by static before the screen faded to black. The projector fell silent, plunging me into darkness, broken only by the faint red glow of the exit signs. As I rose to leave, a presence lingered, a warmth against my hand that vanished as quickly as it had come. The jasmine scent lingered for a moment, then dissipated into the night. In the lobby, I glanced back at the auditorium, catching a fleeting glimpse of the woman in her vintage dress, a silent figure in the shadows. She raised her hand in a gesture that spoke of farewell or perhaps a deeper connection, then vanished into the darkness, leaving me with a sense of wonder and longing. In the quiet of the night, I carried with me the weight of unseen eyes, the echo of stories left unfinished, and the haunting beauty of a moment suspended in time. Story 27. In a forgotten workshop brimming with remnants of skilled hands, I stumbled upon a fractured clock displaying its inner gears and a visage trapped in a timeless spell. As I observed the haphazard dance of its wandering hands, the chill, musty air, thick with the scent of oil and decay, seemed to throb with a narrative of stolen instants and recollections suspended amidst ticks. The workshop beckoned to me on this autumn night, its worn door slightly ajar, tempting me to delve into its depths. Moonbeams sifted through dust-coated windows, casting elongated shadows over workbenches smoothed by years of meticulous touch. The wooden floorboards murmured beneath my steps, releasing the faint essence of aged pine and forsaken artistry. Surrounding me, numerous timepieces adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing as silent guardians, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined drawers, their golden casings dimmed by time. Yet, it was this specific timekeeper that ensnared my attention. A mantel clock with an elaborate brass countenance, its crystal fractured in a design resembling a spider's web. Settling into the weathered craftsman's chair, I noticed a peculiar trait of the fractured timepiece. Despite its disconnected power, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly reversing before stilling once more. The motion was so subtle that initially I doubted my sight in the dim glow. My own breath seemed to synchronize with these minuscule movements, drawing me closer to scrutinize the delicate mechanism within. The tarnished brass gears retained an ethereal glimmer, some etched with unfamiliar symbols, markings I had never encountered in my years of collecting antique timepieces. A gentle breeze wafted through the workshop, carrying the soft serenade of distant wind chimes. Yet upon closer listening, the tinkling began to resemble the delicate tolling of clock bells. The atmosphere grew dense, charged with an electric anticipation that raised the fine hairs on my arms. Reaching out to touch the clock's surface, the metal felt unexpectedly warm beneath my fingertips. A peculiar awareness unfurled, memories not my own began to surface. I glimpsed the workshop in its prime, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the rhythmic cadence of numerous clocks marking time in perfect unison, and an aged craftsman bent over this very timepiece. His hands moved with practiced grace as he fashioned something far more intricate than a mere clock. The symbols on the gears shifted and blurred in my vision, rearranging into patterns that tugged at my comprehension. Each new formation hinted at possibilities, of moments that could have been, of time flowing like an ocean with myriad currents and whirlpools, not a mere river. The workshop seemed less tangible, as if reality itself swayed to the rhythm of the broken clock. Shadows elongated and contracted in implausible ways, and in my peripheral vision, translucent figures moved through the space, ethereal shapes going about their business in alternative times, parallel to my own. My fingers remained affixed to the clock's surface, unable to withdraw, not out of fear, but out of a profound, tranquil fascination. The warmth spread through my being, ushering an understanding beyond words. This was no ordinary timepiece. It was a portal to the essence of time itself, crafted by one who unearthed enigmas never intended for human grasp. As night enveloped me, a soft ticking emanated from the clock, though its mechanisms remained motionless. The sound seemed to echo from all directions, akin to the pulse of the workshop. With each tick, the translucent figures gained solidity, their movements clearer. Among them, I recognized the aged craftsmen, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the span of years. The air filled with the tang of metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature oscillating between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking softened, receding, and I realized my perception of time had begun to waver. Moments stretched and compressed like elastic, the boundaries between past, present, and future fragile as morning mist. When I finally lowered my hand, the workshop returned to its appearance of desolation. Yet a fundamental shift had occurred. The fractured clock sat innocuously before me, its hands once again at rest. Yet I sensed it pulsating with potential, a brass and temporal core, awaiting the next discoverer of its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its exact location eludes me. Sometimes I sit for hours in the aged craftsman's chair, observing the interplay of light and shadow on the fractured timepiece. And occasionally, at the perfect juncture, I lay my hand upon its surface, allowing myself to drift into that realm between heartbeats, where all instants coexist and time is a realm of infinite possibilities. In the end, I refrained from mending the shattered timepiece. Some things I've realized are more exquisite in their imperfections, their flaws creating apertures through which wonder can seep into our reality. In the quietude of night, when the workshop is bathed in moonlight and reminiscence, I swear I can still hear it ticking, marking the rhythm of moments that never transpired, yet forever endure. Story 28. High above the bustling city, I stumbled upon a hidden rooftop garden nestled atop an abandoned building. Bathed in the soft glow of secret lanterns, the garden was a mesmerizing oasis of vibrant foliage and blossoming flowers that emitted an otherworldly radiance. The air was filled with a delicate blend of fragrances, the sweet scent of fresh blooms mingling with the earthy aroma of city rain, creating an atmosphere of enchantment where the chaos of urban life met the tranquility of gentle magic. It was on a crisp autumn evening, when the sky was draped in velvety darkness and the aroma of fallen leaves hung in the air, that I first caught sight of the ethereal light from my apartment window. The gentle pulsing glow, akin to a tranquil breath, beckoned me with its mysterious allure. Night after night, I would find myself drawn to observe the garden from afar, captivated by the way its soft luminescence danced among the shadows like a silent symphony. After weeks of silent contemplation, I uncovered a concealed stairway that led me to the rooftop sanctuary. The metal door opened soundlessly, revealing a world suspended between the realms of reality and dreams. As I set foot on the weathered wooden path winding through the garden, tendrils of mist curled around my ankles, and each step I took released the faint scent of rain-soaked cedar into the air. The garden defied all logic and reason. Flowers of unknown origin swayed gently in an unseen breeze, their petals emitting a subtle glow that bathed the surroundings in hues of soft pastels. Ancient lanterns hung from iron posts, casting a light that was neither electric nor flame, but a celestial radiance reminiscent of starlight captured in morning dew. As I delved deeper into this mystical realm, I began to notice peculiar phenomena. The plants seemed to react to my presence, their leaves subtly shifting to follow my movements. The air grew heavy with the intoxicating perfume of night-blooming flowers, yet every time I focused on a single blossom, it would morph and elude my gaze, as if shrouded in mystery. A small pond mirrored the enigmatic lights, its surface occasionally rippling without apparent cause. Peering into its depths, I beheld not fish, but ethereal patterns of light that ebbed and flowed like fleeting thoughts on the brink of slumber. The water exuded a warmth that defied the cool evening air, and shimmering bubbles rose sporadically before dissipating into the mist. Time itself seemed to waver within the confines of the garden. Minutes stretched into endless hours, yet hours slipped away like fleeting moments. I found myself returning night after night, drawn by an inexplicable sense of solace that enveloped me amidst the mysterious flora and gentle radiance. Often, I would bring a book or journal, though I seldom opened them, content to bask in the tranquil ambience that enveloped me like a comforting embrace. One evening, I chanced upon a weathered stone bench hidden behind a curtain of luminous vines. As I seated myself, I noticed intricate symbols etched into its surface, weathered by time yet faintly discernible. These symbols seemed to shift and transform when viewed from different angles, weaving tales that tantalized my understanding yet remained just beyond reach. The most intriguing aspect of the garden was its ethereal music, a haunting melody that resonated on the edge of perception. Sometimes it seemed to emanate from the very flowers themselves, while at other times it appeared to drift from the spaces amidst the stars above. The sound was both soothing and indescribable, akin to capturing the essence of wind or the texture of moonlight in mere words. During my sojourns, I would occasionally stumble upon curious objects left behind by unseen visitors. A pearl button aglow in the darkness, a warm brass key, a script-covered parchment that shifted languages when my gaze averted. These enigmatic discoveries hinted at the presence of others who shared knowledge of the garden, yet I never encountered another soul within this ethereal realm. With the changing of seasons, the garden underwent transformations that defied natural laws. Flowers bloomed in hues unseen during the depths of winter nights, and autumnal leaves pirouetted in spring zephyrs. The mist lingered, as did the gentle radiance that had initially beckoned me to this realm of wonder. Despite the enigmas that shrouded the garden, I continued to visit regularly, relinquishing the need to unravel its mysteries. Some questions, I realized, were best left as gentle ponderings rather than riddles to be solved. The garden had become my sanctuary, a place where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, where time flowed languidly, and where the clamor of the world below seemed distant and inconsequential. Amidst the luminescent blooms, I often caught fleeting glimpses of other gardens reflected in the lanterns, kindred sanctuaries existing between the realms of familiar and unknown. I came to believe that perhaps this rooftop garden was but one of many clandestine refuges scattered across the world, awaiting discovery by those in need. The gentle pulse of light continued to beat against the night sky, beckoning to others as it once beckoned to me. Though the source of its magic and the essence of its existence eluded me, I embraced the notion that certain mysteries were meant to be experienced rather than understood, cherished rather than deciphered. In this enchanted realm, high above the city, I found that true peace arose not from seeking answers, but from embracing the questions with serenity. Story 29. Late one night, under the cover of darkness, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade nestled on the outskirts of the city. The neon signs, weathered by time, flickered intermittently, casting fleeting shadows over rows of dusty game machines. In the hushed stillness, a gentle hum resonated from the depths of the arcade, as if the very walls pulsed with a mysterious energy. A nostalgic aroma lingered in the air, a blend of stale popcorn and faded excitement, whispering of bygone days filled with laughter and wistful memories. Tracing my fingertips along the curved contours of the game cabinets, I could feel the intricate patterns beneath layers of neglect and time. Each step I took left soft imprints on the carpet of gray powder that coated the floor, a silent testament to the passage of years. My every breath seemed to harmonize with the low, rhythmic hum that enveloped the space, creating a tranquil cadence that soothed the senses. In the dim, ethereal light, the faded artwork on the machines came into view. Once vibrant worlds and characters, now mere ghostly echoes of their former selves. Some screens flickered weakly, casting fragmented images that danced like elusive phantoms in the darkness. Yet amidst the quietude, one game stood out to me, an ancient racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to shift ever so slightly on its own accord. As I ventured deeper into the arcade, a noticeable chill filled the air, accompanied by a melodic hum that seemed to grow in intensity, resonating like a distant choir singing in harmony. Surrendering to the enchanting rhythm, I found myself swaying gently, my movements synchronized with the mysterious pulse that surrounded me. The atmosphere buzzed with potential, blurring the line between reality and fantasy in this forgotten sanctuary. Exploring further, I stumbled upon a narrow corridor leading to what appeared to be the arcade's maintenance area. Vintage posters adorned the walls, promoting long-forgotten games of yesteryears. With each step, the aged floorboards whispered beneath my feet, adding their voice to the enigmatic symphony that filled the arcade. The hum seemed to ebb and flow in response to my presence, guiding me towards a weathered wooden door at the corridor's end. The door, adorned with peeling paint resembling intricate circuitry, yielded to my touch, revealing a small chamber bathed in a soft azure glow. Arcade motherboards lined the walls, their LED lights flickering in cryptic patterns that hinted at hidden meanings. At the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with cascading text that eluded my comprehension. The characters on display appeared to blend game code with something deeper, evoking a sense of ancient wisdom. The rhythmic hum emanated from the machine, casting pulsating waves that set the dust particles afloat, creating a celestial dance in the air. Drawn to the mesmerizing spectacle, I settled into the time-worn operator's chair, my gaze fixed on the hypnotic display. The scrolling text began to weave intricate patterns, teasing at familiarity like half-remembered dreams upon waking. Without conscious intent, my fingers hovered over the aged keyboard, tapping out a narrative that resonated with echoes of forgotten realms and untold stories. Time lost its meaning within that twilight chamber. The azure light seemed to seep into my very being, while the hum reverberated through my bones, melding human and machine in a harmonious duet. I transcribed tales of worlds that never existed, of dreams long abandoned, and in response, the machine offered its own enigmatic narratives, communicated through bursts of static and cryptic code that spoke volumes in their silence. When I finally rose from the chair, my limbs felt stiff, a testament to the timeless moments spent in that enigmatic space. The hum had become a part of me, its subtle fluctuations now a familiar presence. The arcade, once desolate, now seemed expectant, as if awaiting a new chapter to unfold. The game cabinets stood sentinel, their screens hinting at uncharted realms waiting to be explored. Retracing my steps through the arcade, I felt a surge of electricity beneath my touch, as though the machines themselves acknowledged my presence, adding their voices to the ever-present hum. The racing game's steering wheel remained motionless, yet its screen depicted a road stretching infinitely into a digital dawn, a promise of unseen horizons. Pausing at the entrance, I cast a final glance over the arcade. The neon signs, once erratic, now bathed the space in a warm, steady glow. The hum had transformed into a gentle purr, akin to a slumbering electronic behemoth content in its reverie. A profound knowing settled within me, a certainty that I would return, drawn by the symphony of silence and the allure of untold tales waiting to be unraveled in the liminal space between realities. Stepping out into the night, the hum lingered, a subtle vibration resonating within my chest, a lingering reminder of the night's mystical overture. In the quietude before dawn, I could still feel its ethereal call, a melody of memory and enigma entwined, forever echoing within the abandoned arcade's embrace. Story 30. On a tranquil night, as the rain poured down unexpectedly, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella. To my surprise, a trail of muddy footprints stretched away from my doorway. The sound of raindrops tapping against the pavement and the coolness of the moist air carried a sense of mystery. A visitor unseen but felt, leaving me both intrigued and unsettled. Beneath the glow of the porch light, I observed as water droplets slowly blurred the outlines of each footprint, turning them into vague, soft shapes on the wet concrete. The rain cascaded down in gentle waves, creating a calming white noise that seemed to wash away the usual evening sounds. My breath formed tiny clouds in the chilly air as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. The footprints were unusual, not quite matching the size or shape of any shoes I owned, yet oddly familiar. They seemed to be imprinted by someone walking with deliberate precision, each step purposeful. What intrigued me the most was the slight shimmer they emitted in the dim light, as if capturing minuscule glimmers of reflected moonlight. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I found myself following the trail. My own footsteps whispered softly on the damp ground as I advanced, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain on my coat. The air carried the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and something more, a subtle, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path led me through my garden, where raindrops adorned leaves and petals like delicate strings of pearls. My night-blooming jasmine had unfurled its blossoms, releasing its ethereal perfume into the misty air. The footprints meandered among the plants with remarkable precision, never disturbing a single stem or leaf. It was as if the creator of these marks knew precisely where to tread. Continuing along the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon with the raindrops falling near the footprints. They appeared to pause for a fleeting moment before making contact with the ground, creating tiny, ephemeral spheres of suspended water. The effect was so subtle that it might have gone unnoticed had I not been paying such close attention. The garden path led to a small clearing where I often gazed at the sunset. Here, the footprints formed a perfect circle, as if their maker had stood there, turning slowly in place. Within this circle, the grass seemed subtly different, perhaps more silvery or somehow imbued with life. Each blade swayed in an imperceptible breeze. Kneeling down to inspect the grass, I ran my fingers over the ethereal stems. They felt cool to the touch and seemed to vibrate gently, sending a subtle energy up through my fingertips. While the rain maintained its steady cadence, within the circle, each droplet seemed to emit a faint melodic note as it descended. Rising slowly, I noticed that the footprints extended beyond the circle, but they had altered. Now fainter, barely discernible against the dark earth, as if their maker had gradually become less tangible. The strange, sweet fragrance I detected earlier grew more potent here, mingling with the rain-infused air in a way that instilled a sense of tranquility within me. Following the fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my property. Its colossal branches reached skyward like protective arms, their leaves whispering secrets in the rain. The footprints ceased at the tree's base, or perhaps they continued up its trunk, amidst the dimness and rain. Distinguishing between the marks and the natural bark patterns proved impossible. Placing my palm against the oak's damp bark, I felt the same subtle vibration I had encountered in the grass circle. The tree pulsated with a gentle energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow motion. Water trickled down its trunk in streams that seemed to shape and reshape into patterns resembling written words, though they dissolved before I could decipher them. Stationed there in the rain, I sensed a profound shift in the atmosphere. The air hummed with a subtle electricity, reminiscent of the instant before a rainbow emerges. The raindrops now fell in intricate patterns, orchestrating a dance of light and shadow that harmonized with an unheard melody. Although I did not glimpse my silent visitor that night, their presence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into a realm of enchantment and novelty. Even upon my return to the house, shaking raindrops from my coat, I could still perceive the lingering whispers of their passing in the surrounding air. The peculiar, sweet scent lingered on my garments for days, and occasionally, during rainfall, I caught fleeting traces of it once more. Now, on tranquil rainy nights, I often feel compelled to venture outdoors, yearning to uncover fresh footprints weaving through my garden. While I have yet to encounter them again, a subtle transformation has taken hold. The rain falls differently, my garden flourishes in new ways, and the ancient oak tree sways with an ethereal grace. My silent visitor bequeathed more than mere footprints. They bestowed upon me a gentle enigma that unfolds with every raindrop's descent. As I pen these words by lamplight, observing another storm approach, I ponder whether the visitor merely passed through or instead left a fragment of themselves entwined within this place. At times, as I drift into slumber and the rain whispers softly beyond my window, I swear I can discern distant footsteps moving in harmony with the raindrops, as though an unseen presence still traverses my garden, leaving no trace save for their ethereal essence. Story 31. Deep in the shadowy depths of a revered library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove nestled behind towering shelves of forgotten manuscripts. The faint glow seeping through a weathered window illuminated ancient tomes and relics that murmured tales of bygone wisdom. The aroma of leather-bound volumes and aged paper enveloped me, creating an atmosphere that felt like a sacred refuge meant solely for the most inquisitive of spirits. As the guardian of the library by night, I had grown accustomed to the gentle cadence of the building after hours, the quiet settling of wooden shelves, the soft whispers of wind through aged ventilation shafts, and the distant echo of the grand clock in the main hall. But this alcove seemed to exist in a realm of its own, untouched by the modern world beyond the library's weathered facade. I found myself irresistibly drawn to this space during my nightly patrols, observing how the moonlight wove ever-shifting patterns through the intricate lead-light window. The dancing shadows on the time-worn wooden floor seemed to morph into cryptic symbols, reminiscent of forgotten languages. On nights of profound stillness, I could almost swear I caught the faint rustle of pages turning, though I always stood alone in this secluded enclave. One fateful evening, while perusing the books lining the walls of my sanctuary, I discerned a peculiar pattern in their arrangement. The smooth, worn spines of the volumes, bearing the imprints of countless hands over centuries, seemed to align in a deliberate design when viewed from specific angles. I devoted more time to studying these books, meticulously noting their positions and how the moon's light played upon them throughout the night. My flashlight's beam would catch glimpses of gilded lettering that appeared to shift with the passing hours, unveiling snippets of text in unfamiliar tongues. The air in the alcove grew dense with the weight of untold narratives, each breath pregnant with the essence of hidden stories. During my exploration, I stumbled upon a peculiar book that exuded a warmth as though it had just been handled by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet when I held it beneath my flashlight precisely at midnight, faint traces of writing emerged, seeming to fluctuate and morph before my eyes. The words eluded my grasp, fleeting like wisps of a dream upon waking. As the grand clock told the hours, I delved deeper into the enigma of the alcove. I began to notice subtle shifts, books subtly changing positions between my visits, the window framing unfamiliar night skies, and an unshakable sensation of being quietly observed. My fellow guards remarked on the changes in me. I spoke of the library's history with an intimacy that belied my years, comprehending ancient languages I had never studied, and my dreams unfurled visions of vast halls of knowledge extending beyond the library's physical confines. The most extraordinary revelation occurred on a winter night, when the full moon bathed the world in its silvery glow. Seated in my customary spot, a book slipped from its shelf, unveiling a detailed account of a clandestine society of librarians who purportedly mastered the art of embedding knowledge not just in words, but in the very fabric of space itself. They had fashioned sanctuaries like my alcove, havens where the boundaries between reader and text, past and present, blurred into obscurity. In that moment, I comprehended that I had become a part of something far greater than myself. The alcove had singled me out, as it had done with others in ages past, beckoning me into a legacy that spanned centuries. The whispers I heard were not mere echoes of an ancient structure, but the voices of countless readers who had sat in that very spot, contributing their insights to the collective wisdom enshrined within those walls. Now, as I pen this chronicle in the soft radiance of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true nature of the alcove may forever elude me. Its mysteries unfurl at their own pace, like cryptic messages materializing on blank pages. Yet I find solace in the knowledge that within the depths of this ancient library lies a realm where the confines of reality soften, where knowledge flows ceaselessly, and where the simple act of reading transcends the ordinary constraints of time and space. I continue my nocturnal patrols, safeguarding both the library and its hidden marvels. The alcove lingers patiently in its corner, poised to welcome the next intrepid soul who chances upon its threshold. And on nights when the moon hangs just so and the hush deepens, I swear I can discern the soft rustle of pages, as if invisible readers join me in my vigil, united by the timeless enchantment of words and the enigmas they hold. Story 32. In the dead of night, cruising down a lonely stretch of road, my eyes caught sight of an ancient radio tower outlined against the moon's pale glow. The car's radio sputtered with static as I passed by, a steady, enigmatic signal breaking through the interference. The air held a chill, carrying hints of metal and far-off storms, as though the tower whispered a cryptic tale from a bygone era. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, I veered off the road, captivated by the mystery. The car's engine hum dwindled to silence when I turned the key, leaving only the rustle of wind through tall grass and the rhythmic static from the radio. The signal now clearer, a series of long and short bursts resembling Morse code, but not quite. The tower loomed like a guardian against the deep indigo sky, its warning lights extinguished long ago. Rust had claimed its metal surface, forming intricate patterns that seemed almost intentional. Clouds drifted lazily across the moon, casting shadows that made the structure seem to sway subtly. The signal's rhythm began to feel oddly familiar, evoking a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. I closed my eyes, letting the sound envelop me, trying to place where I'd heard it before. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle tides, carrying whispers of possible words just beyond comprehension. I reached for my phone to record the strange broadcast, but it remained dark, despite being fully charged. The air thickened with anticipation, as if the atmosphere held its breath. A light mist formed, enveloping the tower's base like a soft shroud. Mesmerized by the signal's cadence, memories surfaced, memories that felt foreign. Scenes of people in a control room flashed before me, their faces illuminated by analog equipment. Urgent conversations filled the air, speaking of something crucial, something to be preserved. The mist thickened, veiling the tower in a ghostly silhouette. The signal's pattern shifted subtly, revealing fragments of its message. Numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates danced through my mind. This broadcast held their discovery, encoded for someone to decipher. Time slipped away as I sat there, immersed in the cocoon of sound and mist. The temperature dropped, and I wrapped my jacket tighter, unable to leave. Each static pulse felt like a puzzle piece waiting to be solved. A warm glow emanated from the tower's base, pulsing in harmony with the signal, casting an amber light that weaved through the fog. Mesmerizing patterns matched my breath's rhythm. Heavy eyelids drooped as I watched the light's hypnotic dance. The signal transformed into something musical, akin to a lullaby. The memories transmitted weren't random. They were intentional, preserved in the loop of static and silence. As dawn approached, the mist dissipated and the signal faded. The tower stood silent, its secrets veiled in rust and time. My phone lit up, revealing missed calls from worried family members. The sunrise painted the sky in soft hues, making the night feel dreamlike. Driving back onto the empty highway, I sensed a change within me. The signal's rhythm lingered, humming beneath the surface of my thoughts. I knew I would return, unraveling more of the enigma. Some frequencies never truly leave us. They become part of our internal broadcast, connecting us to something beyond. On quiet nights, amidst the whispering wind, I catch echoes of that signal in radio static. It reminds me of hidden mysteries, waiting for a listener. The tower stands as a tribute to those before us, their message encoded in waves of static, patiently waiting for deciphering. Story 33. In the hushed depths of midnight, nestled in the stillness of my bed, a solitary echo reached my ears. A voice that carried a blend of familiarity and aching distance. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside intertwined, forming a spectral choir that stirred memories of a presence or essence I believed to be long departed. That night, my bedroom seemed to wear a different cloak. Moonbeams danced upon the walls, etching silver patterns that seemed to pulse with a breath-like rhythm. The air itself bore a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before a rainstorm, where all things hold their breath in anticipation. Shadows lingered in the corners, deeper than usual, as if conspiring to share secrets in whispered undertones. The voice returned, a mere whisper on the edge of perception, reminiscent of wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, melodic, yet tinged with a subtle sadness. Slowly, I sat up, my blanket sliding off with a soft murmur of fabric. The cool, solid touch of the wooden floor beneath my feet anchored me to reality, even as my thoughts drifted towards the enigmatic unknown. Navigating through the shadows of my house at night had always been a familiar ritual, a dance of muscle memory and cautious steps. But that night, each room exuded an unfamiliar aura. The hallway stretched out before me, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it. Family photographs observed my passage with distant gazes, their once familiar faces now appearing more distant than ever. The voice beckoned me towards my study, where rows of books adorned the walls, their spines forming a tapestry of colors subdued by the shroud of darkness. My old reading chair sat unoccupied, yet a sense of anticipation lingered within its empty embrace, as if it had just bid farewell to a visitor. The leather still held a hint of warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast an amber glow that pulsed ever so subtly in sync with each ethereal whisper. Something peculiar caught my eye amidst the collection of vinyl records, a single album slightly askew, its sleeve bearing the telltale signs of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had reached for it, yet there it stood, a patient messenger awaiting recognition. The dust cover of the record player lay open, a detail I was certain I had rectified the night before. Almost as if guided by an unseen force, my hands lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl gleamed under the lamp's light, creating mesmerizing concentric circles that spiraled towards the center, beckoning me to partake in its hypnotic allure. As the record found its place on the turntable, the needle descended into the groove with eerie precision, and music ensued. Not the expected symphony, but the melodic fusion of raindrops on a tin roof intermingling with distant piano notes that seemed to resonate from the depths of memory itself. Amidst this auditory tapestry, the voice interwove its ethereal essence, now more tangible, uttering words that felt like fractured remnants of a conversation from a dream. It narrated tales of summer evenings spent on a porch swing, of vows exchanged beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like grains of sand through gentle fingertips. The antique clock, a relic of my grandmother, ticked steadfastly in the corner, each pendulum swing elongated in a timeless cadence. The voice shifted its focus to her, evoking memories of evenings spent enraptured by her stories, her hands deftly engaged in needlework, while the same lamp bestowed its warm radiance upon both of us. Had she been privy to this voice? Had she left behind a message that I was only now beginning to decipher? A subtle shift in the room's temperature created ephemeral currents of air, causing the lamp's light to pirouette in a delicate dance. Shadows cast varying shades of darkness, within which intricate patterns began to materialize. Patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother once crafted, intricate designs hinting at concealed meanings. I found myself sinking into the worn embrace of my reading chair, its familiar contours cradling me as the voice continued its spectral soliloquy. Its words adopted a cadence that mirrored the pendulum's rhythmic swing, blending into a hypnotic symphony of remembrance and enigma. My fingers traced the grooves on the chair's weathered armrests, following paths etched by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in harmony with the voice, their contents shifting imperceptibly. My gaze landed upon a book that stood out, a volume of poetry gifted by my grandmother eons ago. Its spine shimmered faintly in the lamplight, and it dawned on me that the voice was reciting verses that I had once recited to her in her final hours. Time took on a fluid quality, akin to honey in the chill of winter, thick with significance, yet resistant to quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its message remained just beyond complete comprehension. It spoke of connections that transcended temporal confines, of love that reverberated through generations, of memories that dwelled in the interstices between heartbeats. As the first light of dawn tentatively breached my window, the voice began to wane. The record continued its silent revolution, the needle tracing an infinite circular path. The lamp's glow flickered one final time, and in that fleeting instant, a profound realization about the essence of memory and loss crystallized within me. The night may have relinquished its hold, but the echo of the voice lingered, a gentle reminder that certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than deciphered, experienced rather than explicated. When the morning fully unfurled its light, I found myself still ensconced in the reading chair, the record player now dormant, the lamp extinguished. Save for a solitary book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations, no tangible trace of my nocturnal reverie remained. Whether it had been a dream or a tangible encounter seemed less vital than the residual emotion it left in its wake. A profound sense of connection to something vast and inscrutable, yet intimately known. The voice may have faded into the recesses of the night, but its reverberations endured, gently reminding me that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced in the liminal spaces where understanding and wonder intertwine, nurturing the most exquisite enigmas. Story 34. On a somber afternoon, a mysterious envelope materialized amidst my stack of mail. Intrigued, I unfurled the aged paper to reveal handwritten words that seemed to awaken dormant memories within me. The faint fragrance of antiquated ink and lavender wafted through the room, prompting me to question the very essence of my past. The paper, delicate to the touch, bore the gentle marks of time along its edges. As rain softly drummed against the window, a tranquil cadence enveloped me, harmonizing with the rhythmic pulse of my heart. The warm radiance of my reading lamp enveloped the letter, causing the elegant script to waltz before my eyes in an amber glow. "My dearest friend," the letter commenced, "I am reaching out to stir recollections of the summer abode where we shared fleeting moments. Curiously, I had no memory of such a summer retreat. Yet as I absorbed the words, sensations of sunlight on my skin and the distant melody of waves crept into my consciousness. Beside me, the crackling fireplace provided a soothing accompaniment as I delved deeper into the epistle. Each sentence acted as a key, unlocking a trove of memories that felt simultaneously foreign and intimately known. The essence of salt air, the touch of polished floorboards beneath bare feet, and the whisper of cotton curtains in a gentle breeze painted vivid images in my mind. Descriptions of afternoon teas in delicate china, hushed dialogues amidst eternal roses in a garden, and the enigmatic locked room on the upper floor unfolded before me, growing in clarity and intensity. Though these recollections felt real, I was certain they belonged to a life I had never led. My feline companion purred softly in my lap as I turned to the next page, grounding me in the present while my thoughts wandered through these phantom memories. The script remained steady and graceful, recounting events that now felt as tangible as the chair beneath me. Strolls in misty gardens at dawn, shadows pirouetting by candlelight, and haunting piano melodies in empty rooms. The gentle creak of my home's wooden floors seemed to echo the letter's descriptions, as if the house itself was whispering tales of its past. The scent of lavender permeated the air, no longer confined to the paper but permeating the room, carrying with it memories that seemed to belong to another soul. Or did they? The letter alluded to shared secrets, unspoken agreements, and vows exchanged in whispers. It mentioned a locket that supposedly never left my possession, housing a photograph of two enigmatic women before a grand estate. Though my fingers found only bare skin where the locket should have been, the phantom weight lingered as a ghostly reminder. Outside, the rain continued its gentle serenade, now murmuring elusive words that eluded my grasp. The letter depicted rainy afternoons in the Manor's library, surrounded by books with titles that shifted when unobserved. I felt a tug of familiarity, a recognition of scents and sights that defied logic. Approaching the letter's conclusion, the ink appeared to fade, as if the words themselves were transmuting into memories. The writer recounted a pivotal choice we had made, a decision with cosmic repercussions. A midnight ritual in the garden under a disorienting moon was detailed, marking both an end and a genesis. Remember, dear friend, the letter concluded, memories are more malleable than we perceive. Our perceived truths are but narratives we choose to embrace. Perhaps this missive will beckon a new narrative, or perhaps it will resurrect the one you buried. Signed with an enigmatic initial that eluded my gaze, the letter held a shifting mystery that defied capture. As I carefully folded the paper along its creases, my reflection in the window momentarily revealed a visage that mirrored my own, yet bore an unknown familiarity. The rainfall dwindled, and the scent of lavender dissipated gradually. I reverently returned the letter to its envelope, knowing that my memories, whether authentic or imagined, chosen or bestowed, would forever be altered. Drifting into slumber in my cherished armchair, the distant harmonies of waves and piano music serenaded me, and the phantom sensation of a non-existent locket lingered against my skin. Story 35. In a rare moment, I found myself inside a crumbling theater, its once grand halls now silent and deserted. Settling into a seat in the dimly lit auditorium, a hushed laughter, almost imperceptible, drifted through the empty aisles, blending with the musty aroma of aged velvet curtains and decaying props. It was as though the theater, long forgotten by the world, still retained echoes of past nights filled with applause and happiness, now reduced to mere ghostly whispers. My presence there was driven by a curiosity to glean inspiration for my writing, lured in by whispers of the building's peculiar ambience. The heavy wooden doors had groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a realm suspended between the realms of yesterday and today. Dust motes twirled in slender beams of light that filtered through tall windows, casting ethereal patterns that danced and swayed like spectral performers on an unseen stage. The faded red velvet seats, though worn, exuded a certain grace. Tracing my fingers over their weathered fabric, I sensed the weight of countless tales woven into their threads, evenings of entertainment, romance, and enchantment. A subtle sweetness lingered beneath the musty air, hinting at old perfumes and makeup powders, reminiscent of performers long gone but not forgotten. As my eyes adjusted to the muted light, I caught glimpses of subtle movements in my peripheral vision. The heavy stage curtains would occasionally flutter, though no breeze stirred them. The soft rustle of fabric was accompanied by delicate footsteps crossing the stage, their rhythm echoing a forgotten dance. In the silence, more sounds emerged, the gentle creak of floorboards as if unseen actors were taking their places, and the whisper of pages turning, akin to an unseen prompter reviewing their lines. These sounds did not instill fear, but rather a sense of solace, like being wrapped in a quilt of memories. Time seemed to ebb and flow uniquely within those walls. Minutes stretched into hours as I sat immobile, absorbing the theater's tranquil symphony. With the gradual shift of afternoon light, elongated shadows draped the vacant seats, morphing into shapes resembling an attentive audience dressed in finery, their forms hinting at sophisticated attire and carefully styled hair. The laughter that had greeted me earlier returned, accompanied now by what seemed like muted applause, both distant yet intimate, akin to a melody played at its softest volume. Surrendering to the sound, I closed my eyes, allowing it to wash over me. Upon reopening my eyes, I could have sworn I glimpsed the flutter of a dress vanishing behind a column, catching the light fleetingly before disappearing into the shadows. As evening encroached, the theater seemed to awaken further. The temperature fluctuated unexpectedly, warm patches followed by cool breezes, as if unseen figures brushed past. The dormant stage lights, silent for years, emitted a faint, ethereal glow, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. Drawn towards the stage, I ascended the wooden steps, their creaks resonating through the empty expanse. Standing at center stage, facing the sea of vacant seats that paradoxically felt occupied, I sensed an electric anticipation in the air, akin to an audience holding its breath before a performance's opening act. From this viewpoint, previously unnoticed details emerged. Scattered items in the wings, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, an aged script with yellowed, curling pages, all arranged as if their owners had just stepped away momentarily. The mirror, its surface dulled with age, occasionally reflected images that defied logic, fleeting movements, bursts of color, vanishing before my gaze could fixate. When I finally spoke, my voice barely rose above a whisper. "Is anyone there?" The words lingered, absorbed by the darkness beyond the stage. The response came not swiftly, but as a gradual crescendo of subtle sounds, the rustle of fabric, distant murmurs, the soft patter of footsteps, weaving together like a symphony, building towards its climax. In that moment, I comprehended that the theater was not truly vacant, but brimming with echoes, not solely of sound, but of moments, emotions, and experiences. Each performance, every chuckle, every tear shed during poignant scenes had left an imprint, forming layers of memories rendered tangible in the stillness. The laughter that had initially greeted me was not sinister or mocking, but joyful, appreciative, born of genuine amusement and delight. As nightfall embraced the theater, signaling my departure, a gentle resistance seemed to impede my exit, as if the building yearned to detain me a while longer. The exit door appeared more distant than I recalled, the path there weaving through newly formed shadows. Reaching the door at last, I glanced back for a final glimpse. In that fleeting moment, the entire theater shimmered as it must have in its prime. Seats brimming with shadowy figures, stage lights aglow, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet the vision dissipated in an instant, leaving behind the familiar emptiness. Stepping outside, I realized empty. was an inadequate descriptor. The theater was replete, overflowing with tales, with reminiscences, with moments frozen in time. Occasionally, if one listens closely enough, these narratives resurface, an eternal performance for a solitary audience. The laughter that had caressed my ears lingered, a gentle reminder that some places never truly lay forsaken. They wait patiently, amassing memories until someone arrives with the acumen to discern the echoes of joy lingering in the shadows. Story 36. On a night bathed in moonlight deep within the ancient woods, I chanced upon a forgotten campsite, reclaimed by nature's patient hand. The towering pines swayed gracefully, their needles murmuring like soft confidants sharing tales lost to time. The air, cool and dense with the fragrance of cedar and damp soil, held a hushed promise of long-buried secrets. As I tread lightly through the undergrowth, my footfalls silenced by a carpet of fallen pine needles, I came upon the remnants of a gathering place. Weathered logs encircled a weather-beaten fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms aglow in the moon's gentle embrace. Their ethereal light pulsed faintly, as if breathing in the stillness of the night. At the fringes of the clearing stood the skeletal frame of an ancient cabin, its wooden walls weathered silver by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through the gaps in the roof, casting ever-shifting patterns upon the floor that danced when I averted my gaze. The door creaked ajar, swaying imperceptibly in the nocturnal breeze, its rhythmic motion harmonizing with the whispers of the pines. Inside, time had inscribed its own narrative. Dust motes pirouetted in the moon's glow, while the wooden floorboards groaned beneath my cautious steps, as if recounting ancient tales. A stone hearth dominated one wall, its chimney reaching skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold embers, dried leaves had gathered, forming cryptic designs reminiscent of an unknown script. Upon a small table near the window, I discovered an aged journal, its pages warped by humidity, yet somehow resilient. The leather cover exuded a faint warmth against the cool night air as I gingerly opened it, the spine whispering secrets in a language of elegant script. Tales unfolded within, of strange lights flickering amidst the trees and haunting melodies carried on the wind, elusive to memory once heard. Each twilight, the journal's author chronicled, the pines would engage in whispered dialogues as dusk settled like a veil. They spoke of wanderers passing through, of shifts in the forest's fabric, and of entities that traverse the spaces between shadows. The writer recounted how the mushrooms within the fire pit would radiate a brighter glow on certain nights, their luminance pulsing in harmony with distant melodies hovering just beyond audibility. As I delved into the entries, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight acquired a silvery sheen, while the shadows deepened their embrace. The murmurs of the pines intensified, though their cryptic language remained elusive. I swayed involuntarily, as if swayed by an unseen current, my breath synchronizing with an imperceptible rhythm in the air. The journal alluded to a peculiar phenomenon. On nights of the fullest moon, such as this, the old fire pit would at times mirror the heavens above, transmuting into a pool of liquid shadow despite its dry surface. Compelled to validate this enigmatic claim, I ventured leisurely back outside, the journal clasped tenderly in my grasp. The clearing appeared altered, though the nature of its transformation eluded my comprehension. The logs formed intricate patterns unnoticed before, and the mushroom's luminescence gleamed with heightened intensity. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's account. The ancient ashes now glistened with a liquid sheen, mirroring the celestial bodies with uncanny precision. Yet within that reflection, I discerned a presence that halted my advance, compelling me to lean closer. Amidst the mirrored constellations, unfamiliar lights danced with a tranquil purpose, akin to fireflies choreographed to an unheard melody. The longer I observed, the closer I felt to deciphering the pines' whispers, to grasping the essence of their age-old dialogues. Seating myself upon a weathered log, the journal resting in my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. Night deepened around me, time flowing like a languid stream. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, indistinct. Was I gazing at the lights within the fire pit, or were they studying me in turn? Were the pines divulging their mysteries, or merely permitting me a glimpse into their eternal murmurs? With the approach of dawn, veiled in a silken mist that caressed the tree trunks, I penned a final entry in the journal. I detailed how the mushroom's radiance waned so imperceptibly that the moment of cessation eluded me, how the whispers gradually melded into the ordinary sounds of daybreak, and how the fire pit's reflective surface reverted to mere ashes as daylight tiptoed in. Placing the journal reverently upon its table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous documentation, the true nature of my encounter would forever elude certainty. The pines continued their murmurs, now weaving tales of commonplace wonders, wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet in moments of stillness, when I closed my eyes, I sensed the cadence of that enigmatic night, the allure of mysteries content to linger at the periphery, forever veiled from complete understanding. Story 37. In the cozy, welcoming atmosphere of my cherished coffee haven on a rainy morning, a neatly folded note awaited me on my table. The paper, pristine and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a delicate hint of lavender intertwined with the aroma of coffee. As I delved into its enigmatic message, a subtle shiver cascaded down my spine, not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate clue to a hidden enigma within the mundane. The message, though straightforward, bore a mystifying quality. Seek out the woman in the pearl gray coat. Every Tuesday, sharp at 9:17 a.m., she graces our cafe. She never indulges in an order. She never engages in conversation. Yet she always leaves a trace behind. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe each Tuesday, guided by an unexplainable allure. The gentle patter of raindrops against the window pane became my serene companion, crafting a lulling melody for my quiet vigil. The familiar aroma of freshly ground coffee beans mingled harmoniously with the comforting warmth of baked treats, enveloping me in a soothing embrace as I awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded corner table affording a clear view of both entrances. The morning crowd flowed in and out, their subdued chatter and the gentle clinking of cups harmonizing into a tranquil symphony. My focus oscillated between the rhythmic ticking of the antique wall clock and each newcomer who crossed the threshold. Precisely at 9:17, she materialized. The pearl gray coat draped elegantly over her form, the fabric seemingly absorbing and reflecting the soft illumination in harmony. Her presence exuded a blend of substance and ethereal grace, akin to morning mist kissed by sunlight. With deliberate poise, she glided to her customary spot by the window. Though her countenance remained partially veiled under a broad-brimmed hat, her hands, graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger, were visible. Week after week, I bore witness to her meticulous routine unfolding with unwavering precision. Seated for precisely 7 minutes, her posture flawless, hands serenely folded in her lap. As foretold in the note, she refrained from placing any orders, devoid of acknowledgement for others. Yet, the peculiar trinkets she left behind began to captivate my attention. A vintage button, a pressed bloom, an ancient compass with a weathered face but a needle that twirled with peculiar vivacity. The cafe staff seemed oblivious to these artifacts. Inquiring about the woman only elicited a slight glaze over their eyes, swiftly diverting the conversation, as though she inhabited a blind spot in their perception. Each item she left behind seemed to pulsate with a subtle energy, hinting at fragmented tales I struggled to piece together. One rainy Tuesday, I encountered her seated at my customary table. Her gaze turned in my direction, and though her features remained obscured, I sensed her awareness of my presence. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its pages tinged with the passage of time. With a subtle nod, she gestured towards the chair opposite her. As I settled in, the ambient cafe sounds seemed to fade into a distant murmur. The space between us crackled with potential, akin to the pregnant pause before a thunderous storm. She spoke then, her voice reminiscent of autumn leaves whispering in a gentle breeze. "You have been observant," she stated, devoid of inquiry. "Few discern the patterns in our world. Even fewer take the time to observe, to ponder, to question the gaps between moments." Opening the journal, she unveiled pages adorned with the same graceful script that graced the initial note. "Time eludes conventional understanding," she elaborated, her fingers tracing the flowing text. "It folds and unfolds akin to origami, creating nooks where enigmas gather. Some of us traverse these folds, gathering what ensnares within the creases." The journal housed depictions of the objects she had been leaving behind, each illustration accompanied by coordinates, dates, and enigmatic annotations that seemed to shift and morph when viewed from various angles. "Why me?" I inquired, my voice scarcely above a whisper. She smiled, though her visage remained veiled. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to dwell in uncertainty without clamoring for resolutions. Most significantly, you comprehend that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered." With that, she rose, leaving the journal upon the table. "It is your turn now," she murmured softly. "Observe those who heed the patterns. Lead them back to wander through subtle breadcrumbs." When I raised my gaze from the journal, she had vanished. The cafe's ambient sounds flooded back, a gentle wave of familiarity. The rain persisted in its steady cadence against the panes, and the fragrance of coffee lingered in the air. The journal remained tangible beneath my touch, its pages now blank, devoid of the once present script. I continue to frequent the cafe every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m. Occasionally, I glimpse others akin to myself, silently observing. At times, I leave behind small tokens, a vintage key, a pressed leaf, a sea glass smoothed by the passage of time. Witnessing the spark of curiosity ignite in their eyes as they stumble upon these trinkets is a profound experience. Though the woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, her essence lingers in the tranquil interludes between heartbeats, in the gentle rain caressing the windows, in the wisps of steam ascending from coffee mugs. I have come to realize that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather witnessed, revered, and passed along, akin to whispered secrets in the fleeting moments between heartbeats. Story 38. Climbing a set of crumbled stone steps in a hidden courtyard, I stumbled upon an unfamiliar symbol etched deeply into the worn surface. The mark glowed faintly under the filtered light, and the cool, mossy scent of aged stone mingled with my growing curiosity. Mesmerized by the mysterious carving, it felt as if it held the key to a long-concealed secret. The symbol's design was like nothing I had ever seen before. Intricate swirls entwined with angular lines that seemed to shift subtly as I gazed at them from different angles. Kneeling down for a closer look, the smooth stone surprisingly radiated warmth under my fingertips, contrasting the crisp autumn air around me. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the fragrant blend of late-blooming flowers and aging leaves. Each evening, I found myself drawn back to those steps, observing how the fading sunlight danced across the weathered surface, causing the symbol to appear to pulse with an inner light. The more I delved into it, the more peculiar details about the courtyard revealed themselves. The ivy climbing the adjacent walls seemed to avoid the area around the marked step, leaving a perfect circle of bare stone. On quiet nights, a faint humming seemed to emanate from beneath the surface, like a distant melody played on crystal glasses. During one of my visits, I brought along my sketchbook to capture the symbol. As I traced its lines, my hand moved with an eerie certainty, almost as if guided by an unseen hand. The resulting drawing unveiled intricate details I hadn't consciously registered before. Tiny markings around the main symbol forming what seemed to be words in an unfamiliar script. Strangely, the next day, upon my return to verify these details, the additional markings had shifted slightly, akin to constellations slowly drifting in the night sky. As the days grew shorter with winter's approach, I timed my visits to coincide with sunset. The golden hour cast elongated shadows across the courtyard, and in that mystical light, I made a remarkable discovery. When the sun hit the precise angle, the symbol cast a shadow stretching across the courtyard, pointing to a small alcove previously unnoticed. Within this shadowed nook, faintly visible, lay a collection of similar marks, each one distinct yet somehow linked to the first. With winter's arrival and the onset of early evenings and crystalline frost, I observed how the symbol defied the ice blanketing the surrounding stone. While the rest of the steps were coated in a delicate white frost each morning, the marked area remained clear, as though warmed from within. On chilly nights, a thin mist would rise from the symbol, swirling into shapes resembling letters before dissipating into the wintry air. The symbol began to infiltrate my dreams, morphing into doorways and pathways leading to places I couldn't quite recall upon awakening. Despite their enigmatic nature, the dreams left me with a profound sense of tranquility. In my waking hours, I found myself humming an unfamiliar melody, somehow connected to the mark, a soothing, rolling tune evoking the sound of distant waves and wind through ancient trees. One evening, as I sat on the steps watching the daylight wane, an elderly woman materialized in the courtyard. Moving with graceful silence, her silver hair captured the remaining light like spun moonbeams. Without a word, she sat beside me and traced the symbol with a weathered finger. The humming I often heard grew slightly louder, and for a moment the air shimmered with countless points of light, akin to stars brought down to earth. When I turned to question her about the symbol, she vanished as silently as she had arrived. Yet I felt no fear or astonishment at her mysterious departure, only a profound connection to something ancient and vast. In her wake, she left a small, smooth stone that fit perfectly in my hand. Holding it up to the light, I saw a miniature version of the symbol etched into its surface. Now I continue my daily visits to the steps, carrying the stone in my pocket like a charm. The mystery of the symbol remains unsolved, but I've come to realize that some secrets are meant to be felt rather than understood, experienced rather than explained. The mark on the weathered steps has transformed into a gateway to contemplation, a reminder that within the most familiar places, magic and mystery lie just beneath the surface, awaiting those who pause to notice. In the quiet moments between day and night, I sometimes fancy I can hear the old woman's voice carried on the evening breeze, humming that strange, beautiful melody. Though I may never fully decipher the symbol's meaning or purpose, I've found a peculiar peace in its presence, a gentle reminder that not all mysteries require solving to be cherished.